Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. One misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams as well as the 18th team compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad Mode, Champion Rush format, randomized map order, Total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. One misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams as well as the 18th team compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. go, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. One misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the Grand Final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025, Week 2, Day number 3. It's the last day of the week, and the battle continues in Phase 1 of the knockout stage. Today, we're going to see Group A and B in the mix, and we're going to find out who will be on top by the end of this day. On the desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, the uncle, with my nephew, Husky.
Yeah, it's great to join his family. So far, he's been treating me well. This past 30 minutes, I felt a lot of warmth and hospitality. But more importantly, I'm excited to see what Group A and Group B have been stored for us. Right? I think so far we've seen some teams step up. The team that I was really impressed by is not playing today. Team Vamos, the pride of Malaysia, but the pool that we have today still is pretty stacked. And well, if Vamos has achieved something in the past week, I want to see Todak do the same.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are looking forward to Todak. They are trying. They did try from yesterday. They performed quite well compared to the previous week and previous days, but it's just not enough. They're still stuck in there, the bottom of the pack, but there's still more days to go. After this, there's one more week for Phase 1 of the knockout stage where they really need to bring it on. But before we go there, here are our predictions, and pretty much it's the same apart from 2 and 3. So explain yourself. Why do you think RRQ before Team Flash?
I think RRQ has, first of all, has a special place in my heart, but at the same time, they have shown that they can do it, right? Like this roster has been pretty consistent through and throughout. On a good day, they always make sure that they survive that mid to late phase, and right now with the duration of every single round extended, you have circles that move around. I think it fits RQ's playbook, right? They love these long drawn fights, and the game is giving it to them.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. We've seen some pop-offs coming from RRQ. For me, it's Team Flash because they have been consistent, aggressively consistent, but it's just too aggressive at some point. They need to make some adjustment. But our number one is Borneo United, because this is where we think Borneo United will be waking up, because they want to get a piece of this pie. That number one spot, that champion, will be grabbing $100,000, and it goes down drastically on second place, third and fourth, and even for those in the 13th to the 18th will still get a piece of the prize pool, which is $3,000.
Yeah, I know Free Fire Arena has been incredibly generous with these prize pool, and we are paying it forward, right? Like the teams have been able to get stronger and stronger. We see that motivation go up every single season. But this is the tournament timeline. We are currently sitting on May 4th, which is the second week of the knockout stage, and by the end of next weekend, we go into phase number 2. But all you have to know is that we have 6 weeks of knockout stage split into 2 phases, with Grand Finals for Clash Squad mode on 13th June and Grand Finals for Battle Royale mode on 14th June.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward to how it's going to turn up. The format itself is quite different compared to what we've seen before, and splitting it to 2 phases is somewhat a throw-off for some of the teams, especially for those who are consistent. But it is a good sign for those who are doing best if there's no pressure of the rotation in terms of groups. But it's very difficult to adjust, especially on phase 2. That's what we want to see, how the teams that will be ending up the bottom 6 will be adjusting every day that they are part of that phase.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty cutthroat, right? If you are the top 6 by the end of phase 1, you get a free pass into the grand finals, and honestly, it's quite a break, and a lot of teams will appreciate that. But you are in phase 2, then we have to look at week 4 and 5, which is where things get really, really dicey. Because after phase 1, top 12 teams of phase 1 will compete on the first day of phase 2, and from every single day for week 4 and 5, the number 1 team in the daily standings to keep moving forward, and then we slot in the team that is from 13, 14, all the way down to 17 and 18, and that is where it gets incredibly tough.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's tough on how we picture it. We try to picture it. We'll have to see. We'll have a glimpse of that. But nothing has changed in the point system, as well as a tiebreaker rule. The Booyah will get them 12 points, 9 for second place. It goes down up until 10, and then 11 and 12 will get nothing. So they need to stack up on elimination points. And this one thing that really throws off some of the teams, especially from the preseason when this has been introduced, the unique active skill. But I love how some of the teams are like mixing it up. I've seen yesterday a combination of Tatsuya and Oscar, and that is them trying if the Oscar can be viable to replace Tatsuya.
Yeah, we've seen like even in Clash mode, Clash Squad mode, we've seen the Santino, and some teams have actually brought Santino into Battle Royale as well, which I think is a very good way to not only let the teams express their creativity, but you force everyone to adapt at the same time. And the preseason was kind of what allowed them to warm up to the stage. And when we talk about the Champion Rush format, just know that we have a maximum of 10 games, but teams are racing to reach the Champion Rush activation condition, which is 80 points. And once a team hits 80 points, if that team gets Booyah in the following matches, he wins instantly. But if they don't, we do it again and again and again until we cap out 10 matches and look at who finishes first.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite tough. It's a stretch of matches overall. But as mentioned earlier, we're looking at Group A and B. Fans out there of these teams like Borneo United, Todak, Team Flash, Bigatron, Esports, Onyx Olympus, Visaka, Sriwijaya, as well as Group B, Falcons, Reverse Red, Heavy, AG Global, PE Sports, and RRQ. Make sure you are ready because they are here to bring it on.
And of course, if you guys need a quick refresh, here are the team lineups on screen. We basically went through all of them. We've seen all of them. And I think the only new addition would be Visaka Sriwijaya. But even in that team, right, we have some familiar faces like Gardu, who has played in the league for quite a while. I think like 2 years at this point. So overall, today's roster is a good mix of the predators and the prey, but we want to see those prey rise up and evolve.
Yeah, it's either the prey will be turning into a predator or they will just be praying to the RNG gods, to the Free Fire gods, that they will not be taken out first, because there's a tough battle. We're seeing Team Falcons, we're seeing Reverse Red, and we're seeing Borneo United. So far, for Borneo United yesterday, they didn't pop off quite well. To be honest, within this week, it's quite different. It feels different, but Get High did explain that they were sleepy. Is this the time that they will be waking up? Because once they wake up, it will be their morning. And then, I mean, I do understand. So far, like the ones above them are coming from Group C, and they're not playing for today. So it's a huge chance that they can take that #1 spot by the end of the day because they only need 57 points to overtake them.
And not only that, they still have one more week, before things really get into the dangerous territory. Like everyone becomes a must-win one. And if you tell me that on a sleepy day, BRU can still maintain second place, imagine the days where they actually have both eyes open, right? So I think overall it's just a BRU thing. We have reached a point where we accept the fact that they are not gonna have the best start to a league, but they always finish strong. Not to mention, there's a newfound motivation behind the scenes where we have already lost our World Trophy to Brazil 2 years in a row, and especially if you are BRU, you are the one tasked with upholding that pride of Southeast Asia and Thailand Free Fire. I think this year is going to be that year that they really race to get it back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge tactic as well, not to show everything onto the knockout stage from the past. We've seen that Borneo United really showed every page, well, probably not every page, but most of the tactics they have, the aggressiveness that they have, and that is being read by those others who are not thinking that they can beat them fire against fire. But speaking of beating, let's see who will get more points for today, because this is I would say a salty challenge. Soy sauce challenge between Team Flash, Death, and AG Global Chinoy. Not quite sure how much, but I know it's tough. Like a spoonful of soy sauce is already tough to swallow. What more if it's more?
Yeah, I love the challenges that we've been seeing on a daily basis, especially like week 1, right? Like Indonesia lost 2 days in a row, and it wasn't really not the most pleasant one for them. For right now, we kind of changed that landscape a little bit. I do want to see who ends up on top, especially between Team Flash and AG Global, both teams who are side by side, right? Team Flash in 8th spot, AG Global in 9th, both playing today. So this is going to be a race to not drink soy sauce.
Let's see. I mean, hopefully you have a water behind them or beside them. But going into next schedule, it is Nextera going first, followed by Alpine, Bermuda in the middle, and then Purgatory, followed by Kalahari. We still have that green number 6 as a random map, and we don't know where it will be yet, but we'll have to find out. I'm not seeing so much of a aggressive team in terms of map anymore because of how it is rotating day after day, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, I think that also kind of keeps the team on their toes, right? You don't really have a fixed rotation to stick to. I mean, the maps are the same, but you have to prepare slightly differently coming into this. We have the top 3 teams for Nextera. You got Falcons in first, Vamos in second, and RRQ Kazu in 3rd spot. Of course, Vamos won't be playing today, but the other 2 will be. And Falcons so far have still been very dominating overall.
Yeah, definitely. And following RRQ on that spot, if we're just talking about Group A and B, would be Team Flash. So there's the answer why we're looking at these 2 teams, RRQ and Team Flash, as our prediction, well, as well as Borneo United, because we know that they will be popping off. They're not sleepy anymore. I think they chugged a lot more of Red Bull before yesterday's game, so they are just charging up, and now they chug a few more so that they will be energized.
Yeah, it comes with so many different flavors too, right? I didn't even know that you have fruity flavor, and now that it reminded me, I should get stuff from AJ because I forgot to get it earlier this week. As we hop into game number 1, and we start with Nextera, one of my favorite maps.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is a map that has been recently introduced but has changed the game overall, and we are loving it. So far, the flight path, I think it's quite merciful to everyone, but we'll have to find out if there will be any changes in terms of their drop spot, because so far early engagement would be a tough battle, especially for those at the bottom of the leaderboard. And I'm talking about Todak right now, who is spread out, but I don't think they will be followed as they drop in onto Zipway and spreading into Rustown. RRQ and Visaka Sriwijaya might be meeting up at the bottom of his map, and AG as well as Team Flash in Plazeria.
Yeah, pretty tame so far. Well, except for AG and Team Flash, who have a personal vendetta to settle. And right off the bat, we've gotten that first blood already Esports ABCD in his own 1v1. Tatsuya Rebel Rush able to outmaneuver Chinoy and just give him a big knuckle sandwich. Get that first point for Team Flash, and AG Global got their own as well. And both teams are just looking to wipe each other out before their other can even take foot. The Zom goes down and it's just death left.
Yeah, Death is left, but I don't think that would be the same story in a few minutes because he's heading into reverse red, and that is where he might be meeting his end. We haven't seen if he has any a proper weaponry to defend himself, but also not quite sure if he has noticed the one behind him, but he still have an Oscar to get away, and that gunshot coming from Sa Ming saves him from being annihilated, eliminated early in this game.
Really wishing upon a shooting star right now. He even sees Diamond drop down. Dev now really finding himself in a very, very tough position. And reverse red, they are looking to spread out into their usual formation, even rotating up to that northern side. So Dev gotta really hold his breath right now.
Oh yeah, he's holding everything at this point. His breath and make sure that no one sees him, but I think he has been spotted. He is running away. He does have a vehicle, but I don't think that is usable at this point. But Sa Ming, VSK, I think this might be it. That will be meeting his own at this point. The shot, one goes down. There goes the other. It's still alive, but the leg as well as AOE is hitting him. And there goes the rush. And there goes the elimination of Team Flash.
Very unfortunate. Not the start as you want. Right? You get crippled in the hands of your rival today, AG Global, and it was another Thai team that ended up taking them out. Even off screens, we got Indonesian teams going off. Onyx and VSJ both getting a couple of eliminations for themselves. Reverse Red, I think this team, you know, there was this period of time we looked at Reverse Red and we think to ourselves, where was the one that won the Mobile Masters back then in Brazil? You know, ever since then, they have never really looked the same, and I think we are still looking, searching for that Reverse Red up to this point in the 11th spot. But I do hope that this year is going to be the year that Reverse Red gets back to that prime.
Yeah, they handed that reverse card and they changed their aggressive to a more tactical and passive approach, but it's not working for them. And hopefully that will come back. That will be brought back. But speaking of coming back, Heavy needs to bring Mufasa back because he has been eliminated. Get nice. Again, reverse red are the ones gatekeeping any teams, any stragglers who is being beaten down by the other opponents.
Just being very slow and tactical, like you pointed out, and in fact now might be able to get a second point for themselves. Sa Ming makes sure that it is secured. So reverse red not in a rush, they're taking it slow and steady, but making very gradual progress, right? Not being challenged by any other team, but also getting gains along the way.
Yeah, there's one thing though. I mean, I'm loving how they're adjusting, but I'm missing how aggressive they are. It's because our perspective, like for a caster's perspective, it's more exciting to see them as it is, just rushing, taking down anyone in their path. But if this works for them, if this is something that they can carry on to and probably get a championship, why not? But again, it's quite tough to not see them with all those elimination. They're being left out in grabbing all those points, and I think they need to do more.
At least in the average points that they've gotten, you see the improvement, right? Like week 1 is 42 plus 54, and then earlier this week on Friday, they clocked in 80 points, which is more like the average that we're used to seeing on a reverse rate portfolio. VSJ, they themselves also started off pretty darn well. 4 eliminations under their belt and not contested at Plaza Ria, except for a kill order issued. Although we can't really see it right now. It's being blocked by the challenge points between AG Global and Team Flash. But overall, VSJ in a pretty comfortable situation.
And one thing for Visaka Srivijaya, this is the tandem or the combination of groupings where they were slowed down. The following day after Group A last week, A and B last week, that is where they pop off. So we're still looking for that. Best J at this point, but Traps has spotted them, took down one, recovery has been done, and Todak jumping in, thinking that they haven't revived that guy just yet. That is a wrong move. We're talking about Visaka Srivijaya at this point, and they're getting angry.
And Todak, they would just have to laying the bed that they made for themselves. It is just too much firepower from VSJ. Guns even has time to bring his friend back up. Toda will be forced to back off. At least those who are not in the battle, but they decide to just commit because why not? Vice and Vidal is actually getting work done. Maybe it is the right move after all. Toda getting a full wipeout despite a poor start.
Apologies, Todak. It is my bad to questioning your move. And again, I guess with Vice on the rooftop above and far away from the engagement, there's an exit strategy, but they didn't really exit. They are fighting in there, giving a chance, and one recovery after the other gave them that winning battle. Now let's see if that will happen. Onyx Olympus, who is a top eliminator at this point, is being chased by Reverse Red, but Diamond, who is linked up with Nameless with it Cassie. Let's see if Electric Therapy can save him because he is heading into core Onyx Olympus.
Instantly seeing that ice grenade being thrown out as well. Onyx Olympus trying to reposition, but Adam caught with his back turn, and Diamond instantly gets an easy knockdown. Now the rest of Onyx Olympus will be dismantled. Saming, Exposy, they all clock in one elimination each, and this is just a full-on takedown by Reverse Red. That's the Reverse Red that we all know and love. Onyx Olympus are out.
Yes, I ask and I receive. Diamond in there having that P90. It's not so much on the damage with only 49 damage per second, but in terms of rate of fire, that is a lot. And the same goes with the Bison that has been used by the rest of Reverse Red. But they are being challenged by Bigatron Esports at this point already with a 4 elimination. But they flew away. But Saming has been tagged by Faiz, and he will be taken out. But that's one casualty, and a lot more has been taken already to revive him. So Reverse Red will still be in a fight and ready for that battle.
Yeah, very smart, very instant decision, right? They cut their losses. They almost lost Exposy as well because the shots from Bigatron were actually very precise. So Sami gets brought back. Reverse Red will have time to reset. But for Heavy, they've just been at least tagged a couple of times by Fire's MKS. So you see that detour being made by Heavy, crossing, deciding to go for a swim in the river.
I mean, that's one thing. Once you have been spotted, you need to get away. I don't think they had an idea where BTR is shooting from. Thus, they went into the open. But Faiz didn't really like shot at them, even if he has that AWM. I mean, 90 damage. It's so much that he can put in, and the range is achievable as well. The question is, how will they be going against the teams already inside of the blue? Because Bigatron has repositioned in anticipation of where Heavy will be rotating.
Yeah, the intention is very clear from BTR. Intercept where Heavy is heading towards and try to get those points. Thankfully, Get Nice did scouted them out, so the intel relayed doesn't really save Heavy from a sticky situation though. Blue Zone is closing in. They are still out in the open. No buildings to work with. Only a couple of trees. So they just have to make use of this glue wall. This is where those utilities will have to come into handy. Even Get Nice having 2 more left in his pocket after dropping the first one.
And let's see if they will be able to get back on track. But we are seeing the Brew team, Brew United, on top already. They're just watchers at this point. They are just waiting for the opportunity because the shift of the circle as well from 3rd to 4th will be something that they need to anticipate. Now, RRQ right now, no elimination just yet. Just staying quiet. They still have 9 teams to play with, or 8 teams to play against, and a potential of 32 total points if in case they will be eliminating everyone. We haven't seen a team who's done that, but like it's a good chance as well. If you stay quiet, untouched, unspotted, then you might be able to get them, especially if you're in a spot where Buddha United is.
Yeah, and up till this point, RRQ has been making very smart rotations, but conflict is inevitable, right? We've extended round time. Eventually, teams are going to slow down the pace because there's lesser sense of urgency, and it gives us these kind of mid to late game where you get multiple teams in the same area. Jonah has already fired his shot, so Cypher gets knocked down, and RQ, they're gonna hear this happening and might even consider chipping in, depending on the situation. Nathan Deer, he's gonna play around this window, and in fact, it's AG Global becoming the victim as they were sandwiched in between BRU and RQ.
Well, I mean, that window, the position that you can take from that window is quite tough to eliminate 8G Global, but it's a good spot for RRQ as well to hide away. But just in case someone will be rushing in, like Reverse Red, who's already jumping in, that might spell trouble for them. But they went in between. They don't want to deal with Boreo United, who's spotting everyone from above, and that's just a location check from one of the players of Reverse Red. So let's see if that word worked for them. But no, Exposé has been taken down, and he will be bleeding out. Well, Diamond will be bleeding out as well, and there's no help coming in because Don't Cry is dealing with Saming, and Reverse Red eliminated.
What seems to be a strong start ended up being a pretty early exit, right? Finishing in 8th spot. Reverse Red having 6 eliminations under the belt, most of it from the early to mid game. Ever since they ran away from BTR, I think it resetted the rotation path because Reverse Red realized that it came in late, decided to take a launch pad into the middle of Museum without enough info and ended up splitting themselves up and getting picked off one by one. BRU, we'll see if they have to move from this rooftop depending on the next circle, but they do have a truck prep for that.
Yeah, I mean, the truck is just a safety net for them when they want to get off the roof. But let's see if they can use that. They're not using it as cover, really, because they just jump into that hole and they will be safe. So let's see how will that work for them. Team Falcons is stuck into one compound. Everyone's just taking real estate right now, rent-free for the moment. But in 20 seconds, they will need to move out because they will be evicted by the Blue.
The only team that is feeling safe right now is BRU. They're literally in the center of the circle. Limit actually being able to put in a couple of numbers. So this is a very coordinated push from the side of Falcons, doing work onto BTR. Their Rhythm being thrown out as well. All those glue walls are going to start melting. BTR, press the panic button. They didn't expect Falcons to move this fast and this precise, and this building will be under siege. 3 in the left side of the corner. Peter and Potato will have to try and break this one apart. Potato actually finds code down 4 people in the back line as PE Esports show up out of nowhere to spoil the fun.
That's one thing. If this small circle, you stay outside, it will rain, and PE Sports just rained fire on them while they were dealing with Bigatron Esports. But Limit still alive and kicking what is being as well from above. Now, BTR still alive. They have lost Koja, but I think they can defend themselves against PE Sports, but they are outside of the 4th phase of the circle. As they go into the 5th, they need to move. PE Sports pulls out that monster truck, but not quite sure what's the ideation here. They won't be able to use it because it's stuck in the wall.
And the circle forces them to go the other way. BRU now gets 3 pickings. It's total chaos. BTR and BRU both shooting at PE Sports. And RRQ now decides to join in. Retired breaks down that glue wall, so LBT is trying to get Don't Cry back up. Don't Cry still gets shot to the ground, and then Retired being sent out. Keong getting picked up by Moshi. Jonah with a grenade. BTR is gone. Falcon also getting bombarded, and I think PE Sports is next on the menu for BRU.
And there you go, final hit from Grenader himself with a Woodpecker, and he was able to bring it down, and there you have it. 3RU, 8 elimination. That started with 0 when they dropped into this rooftop. That's what I'm talking about. Safe, secured, but still very tactical in getting all those elimination. Now let's see if they can spot anyone from underneath, or will they be using the truck, because I don't think there's any way that they can rush in onto that compound without being taken out.
The circle is going to start moving too. It's the first time you see a safe zone migrate, but comes at quite a hefty cost, right? Of BRU now having to give up the safe spot and still able to take out Dudes, at least break his armor. Abai also starting to take some damage to RRQ. Kazu, they have means to intercept BRU, but one of the main challenges is BRU are so patient with their movements.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so far, top 4, different region. The question is, for you, Chad, out there, which host are we going to see later on? Who will be grabbing this booyah, whether it's Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, or Indonesia? Take your pick, put it in the comment section, because we're just waiting once the battle ensues at the closing of this blue.
Just like what we pointed out in the intro, it's a good spread of the top predators and
Yeah.
those who have been preyed on so far. You know, Todak and Heavy, the ones that closer to the bottom. But then you have BRU and RRQ. Todak is going to start making their move, and they're running straight towards RRQ. Whereas BRU, they're going to take the launch pad straight into the center. They want no part of this chaos.
Oh yeah, I mean they want to get away, and I was thinking they were using the monster truck to get away, but no, they're smart enough to have that launch pad. But speaking of which, RRQ will need to be smarter to get away from all this carnage because they are being chased not only by Todak but also Borneo United, who's already stepped into the middle.
Yeah, Abai has used all of his glue wall as well. Deuce ends up taking himself out, and he's gonna open them to Todak, who are running straight in, and also BRU still shooting at them, and somehow RRQ are fighting back, wiping out Todak despite being at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Fire is also getting spotted out. Wasana with the final shot. Todak ends up getting wiped out.
And there you go, Melters and Riptide Rhythm to take away the cover of Borneo United. Get High has been taken down by Mufasa, and they are in a safe spot for Heavy and RRQ, and their target are the ones out of the open. They're just sitting ducks in there with only one boulder, but Heavy thinks otherwise. They want to deal with RRQ, who's close behind.
And RRQ will be forced out of the hidey hole too. It's time to start moving. The circle finally settling down. But RRQ Kazu, they want to start rotating closer to where BRU is so that they can get a better shot at dealing with Heavy once BRU goes down. And in fact, Heavy, with the protection, with the cover of the wall, they can take this slow. It's BRU against RRQ with utilities flying out left, right, and center. Whereas Heavy, they're coming in right from the middle, and BRU starts to rotate.
Smart rotation coming from BRU. They're just going in for a rotate to get into a safer place, as Heavy has not left that area just yet. They were thinking that it will be a full rotation to get behind RRQ, but Borneo United, 9 elimination already, a good chance to go against the 4 players of Heavy who is being targeted by RRQ from across. So it's just a switcheroo in position, but RRQ is just waiting who will be out in the open.
This is like musical chairs, but when the
Yes,
music
sir.
ends, someone gets shot. You know, you can't stand still. You gotta keep on moving. And RRQ, they are moving all right. In fact, they have caught up with BRU. Wasana with the Rebel Rush to gain distance. Another Reptile Rhythm from across the playing field. And now it's Heavy's turn to catch up to RRQ, as BRU have made a full circle. They're probably 1 lap ahead of the other 2 teams right now.
Jonah right now in the 1v1 managed to survive, and Dutz needs to back away. But there you have it, RRQ and Heavy hitting against each other, and Heavy is receiving so much of damage. This is not looking good for the other teams because Borneo United can take advantage, but RRQ managed to recover, and 3 of them are up. But Jonah will not be revived. A 2v3 situation where RRQ is in the lead in terms of numbers.
Yeah, Hans might not be Indonesian, but he has done more than enough to help RRQ just now with his dying breath, thinning out the numbers of BRU and allowing RRQ Kazu to get the first booyah of the night.
All right, you got this time. Pretty much, RRQ really are fired up. And the question, or the answer to the question that I threw earlier, it would be Conchita from Indonesia. Conchita Caroline will be our host on the interview later on. I want to hear ideation coming from RRQ as well, but I love how it is. The awesome rotation of every team in this mix. They've been doing this kind of rotation, but it's just who will outsmart and outplay the ones who are losing or using all their resources.
Yeah, and this is a great move, right? RRQ Kazu, they realize that this race is only going to end when teams starts dropping, when bodies start hitting the floor. Abai intercepting Heavy with their glue wall and really stopping any form of movement and forcing Heavy to be in an uncomfortable spot. And after that, BRU, I think they lost track of Hans, who was still alive, and Hans shows up, blows Jonas into the smithereens, and allowing RQ Kazu to gain a bit of a breathing room and finish off the remnants of BRU. This long flank by Abai was so smart. BRU had no idea what hit him.
Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, you have the numbers, you can split and take advantage of that, and that is what RRQ did. It's just awesome job for RRQ Kazu from Indonesia at this point, and I'm looking forward to it. But we've seen that Borneo United really are waking up at this point. They are in usual way, being unseen, unspotted from the early part, and then they hit it on to the final circle. But how much can they bring? How much booyah can they bring in this day? That is the huge question following RRQ, who's getting the game number 1.
Yeah, my favorite thing about all these rounds is that end game always looks like a master class, right? And we don't get the same scenario twice. It's always a different kind of movement, a different kind of decision making. And then when you see the remaining teams, all three teams just now having the same line of thought, and it really came down to execution and those micro adjustments in the middle of those executions, it really showcases that the elevation, the growth of the Free Fire scene in Southeast Asia has been tremendous.
Definitely, I mean it's tactics that has been seen overall, but this is the trouble of having all those repeated every time. Other regions who has been watching is waiting for them in the next level, and Esports World Cup might be getting into that. But before we head into more discussion, let's see what they have to say as we welcome Indonesia into the interview.
Thank you, casters. Give it up for our winner today, RRQ Kazu! First match and first booyah of the day. I'm here with Deer. Hi, Deer.
Halo, Kak.
How does it feel to finally secure the first booyah of the day? And it's pretty big given that this is the first match that we've gone through today. Gimana rasanya bisa dapetin booyah pertama bener-bener di pembukaan hari ketiga ini, dimana kita udah melewati cukup banyak pertandingan. Apa yang kamu rasain sekarang?
Rasanya sih biasa aja.
Biasa aja? So apparently he's not feeling anything at all. For him, this is just another day, nothing special. Kalau tadi kan dilihat lawannya adalah Heavy sama Buriram. Nah, surprisingly ternyata kalian malah fokusnya sama Heavy dulu, padahal sebenarnya Buriram udah tinggal nyisain 3 player di sana. Apa yang membuat kalian mengambil keputusan itu? Apakah memang posisinya yang lebih menguntungkan atau apa? Aku translate dulu, tahan jawabannya boleh sambil dipikirin ya, biar agak panjang. So I just asked him a question about he had to go, well, LRQ had to go against Buriram and Heavy on the late game, and they decided to switch their focus on Heavy instead of Buriram, who only had 3 players left. I was asking the decision. The question was about who decides to go against Heavy first instead of Buriram who only had 3 players. Jadi gimana?
Karena kalau Happy duluan yang kami tusunin, Buriramnya malah enak. Jadinya
Oh gitu. Jadi sengaja justru.
sengaja biar Buriramnya nggak bisa buya. Kalau lawan kita kan nggak bisa buya dia.
Oh, okay. So it was basically their strategy because they wanted Buriram to not get the booyah. So that's why they decided to go against Heavy first. Oke, terakhir. Booyah pertama, ada target spesifik nggak hari ini mau berapa booyah? Do you have any target on how many booyahs that RRQ are willing to get today?
Mungkin semua map.
Ooh!
Melebihi target di season kemarin. Yang 4 booyah.
Melebihi target dari season kemarin. Okay, so last season the target was 4 booyah in a day. Today they are trying to exceed that and they wanted to get all the booyah they can have, which means all the maps that we're going to play today. Amen to that, amin ya. Oke deh kalau gitu terima kasih banyak Dear, good luck untuk game selanjutnya. We're gonna go back to the casters. Take it away casters.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Just fantastic stuff from the side of RRQ Kazu. You know, they had to gamble a little bit, had to take a bit of chances, but it felt like every single one of the moves were calculated. Very cool, calm and collected. When you asked me why I spotlight RRQ, I said that they like these late game rounds, and once again, they proved that these late game rounds is their playground.
Yeah, I mean, that comment that he didn't feel anything, that was a bluff. That was a bluff at this point, because even like RRQ, I know RRQ is tough, but at some point you will feel something. But it's just that they are not letting their emotions get through with their decisions. Thus, they made that double back against Heavy on that final 3 team battle, and they made the right choice. And they are taking advantage of the numbers that they have as well. Priority is to save their teammates and defend them, and that is what we're looking at right now in the highlight.
I think, again, BRU, they definitely did try, right? You see a monster truck kind of dropped out in the middle. I think Heavy, they got caught in a very awkward spot because, you know, being carried away, dealing with RQ Kazu allowed BRU to really come in for the backstab. But, you know, again, from the grave, Hans was able to make sure that if anyone wins that round, it is not BRU. MVP of game 1, 18 Dear MKS from RQ with that Cassie, the electrotherapy, the great support player, through and throughout, all the way from, you know, in the back in the days with man, GRC Aphrodite to RRQ, this guy has come a long way.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, there's one thing that we are seeing from 18 Deer. Even if he is a rusher, he is a good support as well. Cassie, Tiva, Olivia, and a little bit of Joseph in there in the mix. And we are seeing some of the rest of the team's characters as well. And Steffi being introduced right now by Dudes. And this is something different. Well, not different for RQ because they've done this before. That Painted Refuge, an active skill that creates a 4-meter invalidation of the throwables, save them from that final moment. And I think that is the smartest move, especially if you're ending in the final circle.
Just overall very even spread of just contribution, right? Even for Dudes and Ma'ao, who sure they only have one elimination under their name, but you look at the utility, the damage that they dealt, right? The assists that they have, especially Dudes rocking 6 assists, even though he only dealt 1.3k damage.
And it's one thing though, I mean, it's better to get that booyah with an additional 12 points instead of just, I would say, like betting in more elimination. But speaking of more elimination, Wasana out here on fire. He is definitely awake. Top on elimination, top on the damage, and with Dudes in there with the assist, that will help them as well to warm up at this point. But Royale United, I think at this moment, even with the booyah that has been grabbed by RRQ, Royale United is not far behind.
They always find a way to stamp their name on the leaderboard, even though they don't win rounds. And look at that, same point as RQ Kazu. Who would have thought, right? They still get 21s apiece for both teams. Todak also a very impressive round, coming in 3rd place, just edging out heavy by 1 point due to eliminations. This round has been pretty, I think, that's delivered on its end. We wanted to see Todak show up. They did in round number 1. Every team except for, I guess, Team Flash had quite a decent run. It's only Team Flash that really took a beating early on.
It hurts me. It hurts me. At some point, like once we get in a prediction, one team will be taken down a little bit early. But hopefully you are using the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, because with this you will not be taken down, because it is equipped with a next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite 4 Galaxy processor and an enhanced Vulkan engine, as well as improved ray tracing technology that will deliver not only the booyah but more elimination because of the outstanding performance with a smooth gaming experience in this mix.
Yeah, it really comes in a full package. You want optimization for gaming, you have it. You like to take photos and videos, they have it as well. And in fact, AI technology is very well integrated. You want to get rid of some random stranger who photobomb your shot, go ahead, just crop him out. It's so nice, because I've had some friends who got their hands on the phone and they've really been showcasing it, flexing it on social media. But I gotta admit, it looks pretty dang nice.
That's one thing though. I mean, if you're using the ones who's getting all the photos flexed in the social media as well, that definitely is something that you need to get, because most of the time the actual phone that you're using is not even featured. But speaking of featured, we are featuring right now RRQ Kazu, who grabbed their first booyah for today in Nextera. I'm talking about first booyah because I'm expecting a few more coming from them, unless other teams want to stand up.
I think they have to. I think the one team that is very, very hungry right now is going to be Team Flash, right? Game 1 didn't do them justice at all. To a certain degree, I think AG Global also took quite a beating. When we look at the top 3 teams on Alpine, we've got WAG, BRU, and RRQ. Again, WAG is not going to be playing today, but BRU and RRQ Kazu are, and they just tied by the end of round 1.
Yeah, I'm here to add a few more on that top 3 because WAG is not playing. The next in line who is playing today is Bigatron Esports. So one each has grabbed a booyah already in here. And well, there's still a huge question. Who will be getting it? Who will be getting it in Alpine? I know we wish for Royale United, because this is like Royale United has treated this their map, but from the other days that we've seen them, they are not showing up. So let's see if this is the time, or probably other team will be show up, because we're flying in all fine in Alpine.
Better grab your winter coats or mittens or whatever it is that keeps you warm because it's about to get heated pretty soon. All gloves are off. I think this season, at least start of this year, I don't know if it's the change of format or the fact that we haven't had the World Championship trophy in our region, but the teams are fired up from the very beginning, right? And I think it's a nice start. No lesser experimenting and all just guns blazing. You don't have 4 weeks to kind of smoothen out the rough edges. Is phase 1 ends and you are going to be placed on the dock for phase 2. Again, very forgiving flight path. Teams that like to go to Snowfall and Garrison are going to have a really great time. Same as Vantage as well. Even for WESJ, very spread out around base camp.
Now, let's see if there will be any hot drops that will be happening early engagement, possibly because some of the teams are not just dropping in one specific area in their drop spot. They are most of the time spread out. They want to get information. They don't want to, I would say, chase after the loots of their teammates. So that is one thing that can be troublesome for others, because as we can see, RRQ and Abe are stragglers from their team's drop, and they are now fighting a little bit early, but there's still more hope for them. But on the other side, it's Onyx Olympus and PE Sports right now, and Forest Red, and I think it is running red with all the blood.
Instantly getting a trade on both sides. Don't Cry getting his finisher too. Of course, off screen, we got BRU putting out a contract onto Faiz. PE Sports and intercepted by Adam. Instant revive onto Zairu. And I think Onyx Olympus thinking about chasing PE Sports down. We know at the Forest Red is the spot where Expand used to like to lurk, but after we pass that era, it's now PE Sports' favorite spot to hang out at the start of the round. And Onyx Olympus are not letting up.
And there's one thing though, I mean, Onyx Olympus, they are being chased by a lot of teams, especially when they were at the bottom of the leaderboard. But now that they are moving up, there's a huge chance, really, the hot drops happening. And we are talking about PE Sports, who is like currently below them in the ranking. So Onyx Olympus is on the 16, and then 17 is PE Sports. So it's just a matter of time until we find out if PE Sports will be able to get enough points to move above. But there you go, Lao Ho will be saying hello to a revive later on, unless PE Sports will be annihilated at this point, bringing them back to the lobby.
Yeah, Lao Ho getting caught sleeping at the wheel, literally, out in the open too. Probably lost track of where Onyx Olympus were at. Both teams once more go for the revive. And whoa, Wings, did he use this? Yeah, I think he's using that opportunity to scout out where PE Sports are, flying right above them. If Onyx Olympus, if anything, might have to, make some preparations to sacrifice Wings again for that maneuver, because they ended up splitting up, in fact, into a 2-1-1 formation.
That's what Red Bull is bringing them. Even if Wings will be eliminated, they chug Red Bull, and Red Bull will give them wings. No need for revival. No need for revival. But Team Flash and Team Falcon, it is a 1v3. Make that 2v3 situation as the rest of the teams of Falcon is spreading out. And there goes the hit! Kiroro against ABCD. The backup as well, making it look like, or sounding like, we are still dealing with a Trogon, but more damage.
Falcons make this look like child's play, right? The swing around the corner, a pre-fire from Kororo to start it off. And what seemed to be a disadvantage in terms of numbers, Falcons having 2 members at the start, it really didn't matter because of the brilliance of their movements. And thankfully for Team Flash, they refuse to surrender to the same fate as Game 1. They bring everyone back, so they get a second chance in this round. But that means that everything that they have worked up until this point have been slowed down. They gotta start from scratch, and it is going to start, affecting the challenge between them and AG Global, who are up 5 points.
Definitely. Not quite sure if they are like loving the taste of soy sauce at this point, but let's see. Hopefully they are ready to get back, but there's no getting back in the engagement. Misaka Sriwijaya being hit, and Joe will be taken down as he flies away. But it's a good thing Obey will be able to get back on Vantage as well as revive their teammates, even if there's no vending machine, he can use the revive platform to get one and then loot up, gather more free fire coins, and then revive the rest. But it will take them a long time. As you did mention earlier, once you reset, it will take a toll on you, especially as everyone else has their weaponry as well as armors.
And that's where this, the slightly increased game duration is going to start helping you, right? You have just a bit more breathing room to work with. And Koja getting a quick headshot, allowing Kyung to start moving forward. Also has electrotherapy helping him up as well from behind. Here comes the double up on the side of Kyung. And he gets Mufasa first. Good blue wall to protect Deeks and allowing Kyung to do his work. Magic in the hands of BTR. And now they are chasing for the finisher. PLS1 on the run, but Koja is on his tail. PLS1 gets help. And in fact, a 180 headshot onto Koja. That is a retaliation and fight we want to see from the Heavy. But they still ended up losing. Get nice and PLS1 even executed by Kyung in the process. BTR edges out.
Yeah, but it's still, Heavy still is alive. Not yet eliminated at this point, but it's one thing for teams who are getting close to the top 3 from previous map. They are fired up. They are aggressive. And I think that is what Heavy is feeling right now. But that they have an exit strategy, and that is from one of their players. But again, a reset is about to happen for them. We're still in phase 1, going to phase 2 of the circle. But BTR, Bigatron Esports, a team who are really aggressive, dubbed as Giant Slayer. Let's see if they can slay more.
Yeah, started off by constantly being the thorn in the side for Team Falcons, and now looking to expand that repertoire, right? I mean, if you only slay Falcons, what if Falcons are not in the lobby? Although I would say we gotta put that play by PLS1 on the highlight reel, because that was just pure mechanical brilliance.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, not a lot of players will manage to do that spot on compared to what we've seen from PLS1. And let's see if someone else will be able to do it, or will he be able to do it once again. Now, Team Flash right now on the edge of the circle, AG Global as well in base camp, and they're just waiting. And AG Global has been this passive team because of how their snipers are working, but hopefully that changed as well, because you cannot depend much on Do and your snipers. Even Battles is wearing a sniper as well, but they need to be a little bit aggressive at this point. Speaking of aggression, Team Falcons, Kid Roro and the rest taking down Wings.
Falcons did get off to a heated start, but you can see that they have definitely recovered from what looked like a shaky beginning. Now picking on members from the side of Phonic Olympus, that's 4 eliminations. They get vehicles to help them transfer as well. I say that one goes up in flames, so maybe not really the best. They're still gonna use it though. All of them are gonna use it. Okay, let's go.
All right. Let's see if they are just testing their luck. But Sairu is in there. If he can manage shooting them out, probably an RGS, and that would be Team Falcons. Wings clip eliminated in a not so fashionable manner. But as you can see right now, a lot of teams are outside of the blue, and it shifted a little bit northern part and far away. LBT caught out in open. The rest of PE Sports is just a few meters away. And Team Falcons, a good thing that they were not shot at with that smoky beagle.
Yeah, which is, I think, a miracle in of itself, right? They took a big risk, but I guess it also scared PE Sports seeing 4 dudes in a burning truck driving towards them at full speed. That actually allowed Falcons to establish themselves in this perimeter and even get a knockdown elimination onto LBT. Falcons now getting more challenge, retaliation from PE Sports, but Potato finds number 2. LBT gets brought back up. Time Turner expires. LBT doing his best, but Falcons are just overwhelming and allowing themselves to get 3 more points. Make it 7. Lao Ho flies away. Limit can't land the final shot. Lao Ho survives.
He survives with the sliver of health, but the launch pad is in there as well. What can you do with that mini Uzi against this SVD? Nothing! That is the answer. Nothing, because he knows exactly how to snipe. That is Limit X7 that we're talking about.
Snipe was impressive, but how did he land in that tree? I didn't even for a second thought that would be a possibility. Good on Lao Ho from finding that spot. It's just not enough. Onyx now will be caught in the back by Limit, who is all alone but for now, but that Riptide Rhythm is going to make life difficult. Zairu having to expend at least 5 glue walls and still ends up getting sniped. Crime MKS will have no way to save his buddy, would just have to take the launch pad out of there.
Zairu is a guy that Team Falcons passed by earlier going solo, and I think just recovered one of their teammates. But it's a good thing that revival has been done, and Zairu will be revived once again. Team Falcons going into the edge in a chase, but I don't think it is just Onyx Olympus that they're waiting for or chasing for, because Bisaka Sriwijaya will be in here. Gardu guns and another one already in front, one in the back, and hopefully that one guy will be able to survive a little bit longer from the blue, as well as backstab Team Falcons or spot them just for information.
And I think they have already done just that, firing a shot at Kororo. And that's a declaration towards Team Falcons. If VSJ can draw the attention of Falcons towards the main lineup, then that would be great. But Falcons, they are going to take that portal go and reposition, relocate themselves. In fact, vending machine, revival point, everything that they need just in case will be nearby. So that entire setup, a potential setup of VSJ has now been nullified.
And let's see if they will recover at that point. 11 teams remaining at this point, 43 survivors, and Reverse Red doing what Buriram United did earlier, probably hoping that they can get the top 3 spot as well, because if in case this will work for them, and that would be the start of their progression in increasing their points. Below them is RRQ, and there's one thing I love about RRQ. They know how to position themselves in the middle, or somewhat in the middle of the next phase of the circle. Thus, they always end up, if not top 5, top 3, or getting that booyah.
And on top of that, just to add on to your point, they also cover their bases, right? Like, a lot of teams struggle when they are in big compounds, such as the one that RRQ is in right now, just north of Carousel. But RRQ, they are confident in their gunfights, but at the same time, they make sure that the important entry points are being watched, so that if a team wants to rush in, they are going to be ready to respond to that. So despite being sandwiched by multiple teams, they're not really threatened, unlike Onyx Olympus, who are being threatened now by Falcons.
I'm quite surprised on how aggressive Team Falcons is, and I think they really need to catch up in a point if in case they want a safe spot. And Onyx Olympus right now being rushed. Potato, and I don't think they will be able to get through that glue wall. They need to get in, but no! On the other side, it is Heavy who's putting in damage on Onyx.
Caught between a rock and a hard place. In this case, between a Thai and a Vietnamese team, and Onyx Olympus choose to go down. Not that they have a choice in that matter. Heavy getting majority of the damage dealt, and Falcons picked up the scraps. AG Global now in front of Team Falcons fighting against VESJ, and that one ended very, very quickly. VESJ wiped out in 10th spot.
And the first 4 points from AG Global coming from Bisaka Sriwijaya. But again, the passiveness from AG Global compared to what we've seen before, most of the time it is Ju who's initiating those damage, and then once a knockout ensues, that's where AG Global are rushing in. But it's not happening just yet. But they have spotted Team Falcons while they are on the way in the next phase of the circle. But it will be tough for them. They need to rotate on the other side just to get away from harm. But I don't think Team Falcons will let that go.
And Team Falcons, once they warm up their engines, they are a force to be reckoned with by seemingly turning impossible situations in their favor, which is what got them the EWC trophy in the first place. Still holding the global record for 40 points in a single round, and even they themselves have not been able to break it since then. Kororo around the corner, that's going to be Chinoi, isolated, and the glue walls from the side of Team Falcons are actually benefiting them and blocking off AG Global from their own rotation.
See if they will be able to rotate even more. Team Falcons nowhere to go because of the chase against AG Global. They are left out in the open. This possibly spotted by 7 more teams, and they will be jumping in. Chodak will be the target. Above them will be not a good spot because a lot of teams will already have eyes on them, and Jonah is the one to take down Peter.
Yeah, they lost 2 members, one to Todak, one to BRU. Jonah poking his head out from that doorway, and now Falcons have to do a 2v4, but we've seen that happen before. Todak will be able to stop it in his tracks in an instant. Keroro stood no chance, and Todak barricade themselves in this small building. Potato is the only one left outside, and nowhere is safe. AG Global now shows up. Traps has to deal with 3 people at a single time, but that glue wall will buy a bit of space. Pinoy ends up getting taken down by Noki, and now Potato gets challenged, and in fact wins the 1v1 against Cypher before going down to reverse red.
Oh, they have been saved by Potato at that point, but Todak will not be saved in that moment. They had to step out, not quite sure why, but AG Global is ready, prepared. Though Cypher has been lost, they have a huge amount of elimination at this point, and a lot more once they jump in to this mix of chaos that's ensuing.
And BRU, let's see if they can win out a little battle royale with multiple ops on their tail. Jonah finds gets nice, the blue wall goes down, they barricade themselves outside of the building, and in the end, it's AG Global that goes down first, but it's not end just yet though. It's not done just yet. It's just the beginning of this pandemonium as Heavy becomes the next victim. Team Flash loses 2 of their members to BRU, and BRU have survived the first wave. Second layer now is BTR.
Oh, this is looking familiar. This is looking familiar. The Ring Around the Rose and the musical chair is about to play once again. And let's see who will be in there. BTR Koja, the only one remaining at this point. And there goes Wasana for the charge and for the elimination. RRQ has been stuck in here being challenged by Reverse Red. But all they have to do is get into the rooftop to spot Boream United. But I don't think that is a smart move because Boream is too close to be able to hit them with a barrage of throwables, and at least they are safe though, not spotted to be shot at, but they need that Steffi to make sure that they will invalidate all those throwables.
Look at all the utilities from the side of BRU. Reverse Red are on full survival mode, and it gives breathing room to RQ. Kazu, I think right now they are just going to try and play safe, even throwing out glue wall melters in case Reverse Red tries to take a stand on ground floor. And Reverse Red, they are going to just take it straight to the ground floor as BRU now comes in from the back. RQ Kazu becomes their victim instead, and Reverse Red will take the opportunity, hop on the truck. It's time to migrate to the actual safe zone.
Let's see if they will be able to be safe. All those melters being thrown on Boream United, and Wasana is in there. I thought he will be able to go for a knock earlier, but he just knocked and went away from that door. Reverse Red right now, putting a lot of pressure on Boream United, but no takedown just yet. They are backing away onto the high ground, and RQ will be flanking onto the left. Let's see if they will be pinched at this point, because Reverse Red really needs elimination point.
BRU lost 2 members as they make the rotation. Number 3 goes down. Wasana picked up by Abai as Reverse Red now take an opportunity and advantage of the situation and wipe out onto RRQ, and it's Reverse Red now in control. Moshi stood no chance. Reverse Red with patience and brilliance in terms of strategy edges out, finds the booyah.
And they find that booyah. They used that reverse card to reverse the situation when they were trapped in that rooftop. They managed to get away, get into the middle of the next shift of the circle, and they took advantage of all the chaos that's happening in that compound. This time, we are heading into Thailand for that booyah. Full rotation overall being done. It's a good thing that they got away from that musical chair tactic that we have. They just went linear at this point.
And the amount of space that they got for themselves was great, right? Was so much area to work with. This is just like shooting fish in a barrel. Saming getting to do his work, and that's kind of the whole playbook of Reverse Red. That's their identity. Saming, if he comes online, if he's able to get good shots off, it kind of takes away majority of the weight for Reverse Red's front line, because Saming, we know him to be one of the best snipers to come out from Thailand. I remember he was once the same team as Wasana during the Invitationals in 2022. And right now, and in fact, he was the first one to get a trophy regionally before Wasana, and that was at the Mobile Masters. So Reverse Red with this booyah is going to put themselves on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Reverse Red putting themselves on the board right now, but let's not take it away from Boream United as well. They have been consistent in getting in the top 3. So far, 100% out of 2 matches, they are on the top 3, grabbing the 2nd place. in this or in those matches. So consistently, they are doing it. They are aiming to be number one by the end of this day. If they haven't reached it just yet, because Evo Divine have really invested a lot from yesterday.
Yeah, Evo Divine really kind of shooting up the standings. You can even say Team Vamos, who are not playing today but still holds a pretty solid spot in 5th. BRU can definitely catch up by the end of the day, but it does kind of make the race a lot more tighter. You know, reverse red. I think if they can keep up this momentum, top 8 is not a problem at all. But we need to see them keep this up, because a lot more often than not, they get a booyah and then they just fizzle out.
Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully that's not the case, because a curse, most of the time it happens, but it did work for Evo Divine. They got the booyah, they didn't get it. They got a booyah, they didn't get it. And then in the last match, they did get it. 3 booyahs in one day. Not a lot of teams can do that, well, other than what we've seen Borneo United has done, but I don't think that would be the case. They're not targeting to get a lot of booyahs anymore, as long as they're consistent in the points. Hopefully the same goes for reverse red. We're just waiting for to get a sneak peek on what's on their mind for this interview that we're waiting on. So just hang back in there. For those in the comment section, we love you. I love I love the energy that's being thrown out there. Keep conversing, keep liking the stream, because there's a lot more that will be happening. We're only on our 2nd map and a lot has happened already.
Yeah, like usually, you know, the golden rule of thumb is that I don't read chat, but this one is different, right? This is the only time that I'm going to engage with everyone out there, especially those who have followed since the genesis of the new era of competitive Free Fire that started in like 2020, 2021, 2022, 2021. I remember that was like the first MCP major. So I think, you know, it's very lively. I even like the fact that, you know, people from different regions are here conversing with one another. But for now, I want to hear what the Thai teams have to say. Let's send it to reverse red.
Hi guys, welcome to the interview session. Today we're here with
Red Diamond ครับ
So Diamond, let me ask you a question. After you got better, after you got sick, is there any change? หลังจากที่หายป่วยมีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงไปไหม
ก็รู้สึกดีขึ้นครับ เล่นเป็นตัวเองมากขึ้นครับผม
He feels a lot better and he got to be himself more. And so, what's your aim today? Like, is it the rank or is it elimination? ระหว่างแรงกับอีลิมเราตอนนี้อยู่ฝั่งไหน
เลือกฝั่งแรงมากครับ แพทนี้ต้องเน้นอันดับครับ
In this patch, he mainly focused on the rank. So the next one. Okay, last question. Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans who are watching right now? อยากจะฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆที่กำลังดูอยู่ไหมคะ
วันนี้มาแน่ครับ ไม่ผิดหวังแน่นอน รอเชียร์ได้เลยครับ
Okay, with a lot of confidence, he said you're not gonna be disappointed on him. For sure. Thank you so much for the interview today. Now let's get back to the shoutcasters. Bye.
Thank you very much, Misa, and a lot of fans out there and survivors out there in the comment section has missed Misa, but this is a chance for Reverse Red to bring her back, and it's a good confidence as well. They will not disappoint anymore. We keep talking about them earlier when they were shown, but now they are showing up, grabbing booyahs, grabbing elimination, and hopefully it does continue. As we look at the highlight right now, this is where Team Falcons was able to prove themselves in early parts of this game, but there's a lot of pressure coming from different teams, especially in the position of that final circle.
And a lot of times when we look at Battle Royale, one of the most important thing is getting info, right? Like information wins games, and I think it extends to beyond this genre. And Team Falcons, there are certain times where they kind of take risks, and that's what caused them to get eliminated when they were off to such a good start. I think they clocked in like a double-digit eliminations before they decide, you know what, we're gonna run straight into Todak. and completely forgetting the fact that there might be other teams waiting for them and BRU becoming the bane of Team Falcons. But even this final circle, again, Reverse Red making the smarter move, making the first rotation to relocate and allowing themselves to get the Booyah. MVP of the game is Diamond with that A124 4 eliminations. And he said he was unwell. I think he's sick of losing. That's why he's now winning.
Sick of losing? I mean, definitely. You will be unwell if you keep losing. But this guy, the only guy who we've seen has stuck to the A124, it hasn't been used quite that often compared to back then. But with or before Skylar has been reintroduced. So good on him that he can use that A124 a lot better in this mix with that Nairi, Joseph, and Ford as well. And let's see the rest of the team's presets. At this point, Dakota will be there. You did mention about information. That is a character skill that will provide more information. Plus, Cassie's backup onto Diamond that would give them a little bit more of an edge at this point. Surprisingly, they're not in a rush mode. There's no Tatsuya at this point, but overall, their presets, their skills are on par.
Yeah, which goes back to what you established earlier on, Reverse Red, reversing that playstyle, right? Going for a more tactical or more conservative approach. So they get rid of the Tatsuya, but they have the tools to make sure that they're always a step ahead by getting that intel in. And once more, it's a very well spread out stat. And when we say Reverse Red has a good game, it means Saming has a good game. 3.6k total damage. He gets a good angle. He starts taking shots at you. Reverse Red will be in control of the fight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once you have Saming on, like, behind the three players of Reverse Red, you know you're in a good spot. Most of the time, snipers really is a key factor in the mix. And talking about snipers, this is pretty much all throughout snipers, because I did mention that Baros had a sniper earlier, but he is a support. But elimination coming from Limit X7, including that shot on the tree on Lao Ho, that would be a part of the highlight as well. We have Saming with a 3.6k in damage and 6 assists coming from AG Global Baros, key players of game number 2.
Oh yes, I think, you know, for this entire game, it really came down to the support players. And in fact, I think both games have really came down to support players with how the fights have broken down. But this time, BRU not able to tie the score with the Booyah team, but still keeping themselves in the conversation, right? Reverse Red got 21, BRU still got 18. RQ once more breaks in the top 3, landing themselves 14 points. But the standing at the bottom has shuffled around a little bit. Team Flash getting a way better round this game alongside AG Global.
Yeah, I mean, they are really working on adjusting, probably, not just in aggression, but also in getting placement. 2 elimination plus 7 in placement. That's good for Team Flash. But today, Borayam United, because of consistency, no Booyah, no problem. That is what Borayam United is saying right now. 2 times they had second place, and that brings them that 18 placement point. But in terms of elimination, they're doing a lot.
Oh, absolutely. And it's just a BRU style. Placements is secondary, and that is so happens to be the rule, right? One of the unspoken rule of Free Fire, where survival isn't everything. In fact, true survival is being able to take down your opponents and rack up as much eliminations as possible. And that's what BRU is proving. And the whole contrast between BRU and RQ continues to be showcased, with RQ, they're more towards the tactical side. They get a ton of survival points. But for BRU, it's all about taking hits.
Yes, taking hits and getting all of those points. Let's see if that continues on. Will RRQ be able to beat them? Because we have just ended 2 maps in today. And you know how it is. We go in for a quick break, and we return to get into game 3 up until the end. So don't go away. We'll be right back. Keep liking the stream, because we are still here.
Hello, Krisa. Still so impulsive. Don't rush, little guy. We have more important things to take care of. Oh, come on. What a hassle.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already! How many of those do you have?
Okay. Time to save the day again!
What's happening?
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia. It's the spring season and we are in week 2, day number 3. As the action continues between the teams of Group A and Group B. My name is Sasuke alongside my uncle, Neptune Gentleman Garcia, who has been really chugging down that Red Bull, as you've been telling me off stream. You know, you can refresh and energize with a can of Red Bull as we proudly welcome them as the official energy drink partner for both the spring and fall season in the year of 2025. So get a taste for more, because Red Bull comes now in different flavors and they all taste awesome. Gives you wings, keeps you energized, allows you to get booyahs.
Awesome, really awesome. It brings energy, and that's why I keep shouting all throughout. Oh, wait until the end. I will still have the same energy just because of Red Bull. It's not showing right now, but I have wings at this point. But so far, who got wings in terms of leaderboard for today? It's Royale United, who is topping it off for today's battle consistently and second place. But the other teams are getting their part of that booyah. First off, we saw RRQ, and then we have Reverse Red. The only question is, will it be time for Royale United, or will another team grab that booyah?
Yeah, and so far, some teams that have come close, for example, Team Falcons, 2 rounds in a row, they got off to a hot start and unfortunately kind of tripped themselves over in that mid-game. That is one of the teams that we are going to be watching out for, right? Because they are in almost all top 3 maps in the pool. You will see Team Falcons in it. Today, we are still desiring more from them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Team Falcons have grabbed championship overall from the past, and it looks like it's not working for them. It's just because this is a knockout stage. They are not aiming for #1 spot yet. They just want to qualify, and it's not just the top 12 anymore, it's the top 6. So they are doing a lot better compared to what we've seen them before. But still, Team Falcons has a lot of promise in terms of getting all those points. For the other teams, it will be tough, really. It is being tough because in terms of lead, the others are already getting away. Imagine, Todak is already 78 points away from that 12th spot. And that's something that we might not see them do. Hopefully they do, because we've seen a lot of improvement coming from them.
Yeah, and I think the most important part of this whole, format right now is that even if you're in dead last, you have a chance to qualify for the grand finals. But it's more of waiting for your turn if you're at the bottom of the pack, and that's a scary spot to be in. So we have 4 more rounds, and 3 of them we know what map is going to be, and hopefully Todak can catch up, even if they don't end up in top 12 by the end of phase 1, which it's quite tough. It's a tall mountain to climb. At least you end up in 13th spot, right? So you'll be the next in line for phase number 2.
Man, that's really a tough spot. Definitely all those pressure, all the heat will be on you because you will only wait for that last day. But there's no waiting right now. At this point, we are ready. We are prepared to go in game number 3. And where else are we going to go? It is the OG map, followed by Purgatory in game number 4, and then Kalahari on game number 5. The top 3 on Bermuda on this list. It is Evo Divine, who's currently not playing, as well as Vamos in second place, and then followed by Boreo United, who will be followed in a bit. I'm going to pull that up. That would be RRQ and Onyx Olympus.
RRQ and Onyx Olympus on the board once more. And Onyx Olympus, I haven't gotten to talk about them much. I think we haven't been able to spotlight them as much. But 2024 was quite a journey for Onyx Olympus, right? They had one half of the season, one half of the year, in fact, a season where they were really just popping off. They were kind of priming to be the next in line, the next rising star for the Indonesian region. They were taking out RRQ. They were giving Bigatron a run for the money. They were taking out teams like Thorat, and we were like, oh my goodness, the Onyx Olympus, they came out of nowhere, and then they are advancing so fast. And right now, the engine has died down a little bit, and we are still looking for the reignition of this team.
That's one thing as well. The change in rosters really takes effect in terms of the brand and their performance overall. We've seen some of the teams, like some of the players who are doing quite well because of what you just mentioned, being taken by other teams because of their individual performance. And it does affect like the results when it comes to the brand jumping into another tournament. So we'll see if they can adjust even more. Onyx Olympus did well from yesterday. They grabbed that booyah. Let's see if they can get a few more at this point. But it's really tough. It's really tough based on how energized everyone is in the battle. We're looking at the team stats of Boreo United, and 8 average elimination. That is a lot overall. This is the top eliminator with a total of 167 all throughout this knockout stage.
Yeah, 167, I think if we just we exclude this day, 167 across 18 rounds. On average, they're wiping out 2 teams per round, right? Like that's what makes BRU so scary. They've guaranteed themselves, 4th placement in every round before they even get the placement points. So, the fact that BRU can be consistent for so long has been a norm, and everyone right now is looking for the next in line, the next team in the queue, and we have seen some teams overtake BRU, but most of them so far have been from the same region. But RRQ Kazu might be the one that is closest. So when we look at Abai, his stats, in terms of eliminations, he's 8th in line, 16th in line for headshot, but in terms of damage, he has dealt quite a number too, 31,000 total damage.
That's one thing though, it's more of conversion. Most of the time we see high damage in terms of numbers. It's because it's not converting well into elimination. It's just a follow through that they need to focus on. And that is where some of the teams are relying on the snipers. Yes, they're putting in the damage, the initial damage as well, and the rest of the teams are just rushing in. But if you can spot them from above or afar and then eliminate them, even like if it's not part of the target, it's not part of the focus of the team, then you can grab more of elimination. But we are just waiting for a few more of those engagement to ensue. But looking at how progression is, I know I'm talking more about Borneo United because it's not only the fans out there looking out for them, but I want to showcase as well what they're doing for today. For the entire week, they are on 10th place because of the performance from yesterday. But now they've already moved up to 6th and on their way to probably third, top 3 for the entire week by the end of the day.
And they're so far the only team, actually one out of the 2 only teams that have gotten more than 100 points per day. Right? The second one was RQ Kazu, but even when you compare that record, Buriram's high score right now is 122, so that's 19 more than what RQ has achieved on their highest record. We've seen BRU on some of their lowest moments. I would say, day 5 it was their lowest moment right now, and even through their lowest moments, they still put themselves in top 6, and that's how much of a lead how much of a cushion that they got from the start. Most used character active skills, of course, we can see the Skylar, the Cassie, and of course the Tatsuya. Really nothing much has changed, even though you can only have 1 unique abilities per team. These 3 are still the most sought after one.
That's one thing though. I mean, Tatsuya has taken that number 1 spot in a lot of tournaments overall, but the introduction of the Skylar has taken over the A124, and then Cassie has taken over some of the skills as well in the game, and I love how it's turning up. So hopefully Oscar might be able to translate into a change. But speaking of which, let's head over to the next map for game number 3.
This one is going to really start shaping up what the rest of the evening is going to look like, right? Our teams at the bottom, able to catch up. We're going back to where it all began, the origins of Free Fire Battle Royale, right to Bermuda, another generous flight path right down the middle.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they will be thrown off of a hot drop. Rimnam Village would be taken back by a few players of RRQ. They've let go of this area from past games, and I think they're comfortable enough to get back in here. Next target would be Todek, and that's where they're getting early engagement, early elimination as well. Knowing the performance of Todek, they know that they can target them. But Todek overall, from what we've seen right now, is not a team that you can beat that easily anymore. Even Falcons has fallen on against them. So let's see how can they defend themselves as we're looking at Reverse Red, who might be going against another red team.
It's going to be Kyung that takes out Exposy at the beginning. Whoever grabs the weapon first wins. Fires MKS even showing up, taking down Diamond. Damon is going to be around, and this is,
woo!
I want to say it's not looking good, but it has already looked bad. There goes Reverse Red.
You predicted this.
I did, and I hated the fact that it happened.
A booyah and then flat out 0 or probably no points or less points than expected. But it is what it is right now. Let's see if they will find that time to probably meditate, think about what happened from that game. But right now, it is Visaka Sriwijaya who has lost one of the players already. It is Gardu. And as he did mention, this is a familiar name that we've seen so far from this region. But Team Heavy is looking like they are getting aggressive. They still have that momentum. And hopefully that's not what throws them off to get more points.
Yeah. Nothing throws the team off more than getting flatlined after a booyah. I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
So Reverse Red have a lot of time to think about it for sure. What they did, I would say it's slightly unlucky, because BTR got access to Weapon Read first, but that's going to be a story for the next game now, at least for the Thai team. BSJ will have to deal with the incoming horde of Heavy. Double angle, it was a pincer maneuver. Obey was able to actually get Mufasa down, but unfortunately, the rest of VSJ are not able to hold on long enough, so Heavy comes out on top.
Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, Heavy with that aggression overall. But it's a good thing that Gardu has been revived in the nick of time before that switch happened. Thus, they will still survive. But let's see, Team Falcons right now at this point managed to go in for a few takedowns. Kodak right now being rushed by AG Global, and I thought it was RRQ, but AG Global are the ones who will knock on their doors first, and they did manage to get 2 eliminations at this point. They forced AG Global to split up, and they are running in to Mars Electric to make sure that they will not get that much a revival from the vending machine.
Yeah, very good Delta split. Noki kind of playing footsies with their target and allowing the rest of Tora to come in, swoop in, and get the assist. Although there is a hit put out onto Todak by RRQ Kazu, but judging by where RRQ is, it's a far distance away. So for Todak, I think holding Mars Electric is going to be a comfortable spot. They've already forced Dew far out and wide. So that would be something that, you know, gives Todak a lot more breathing room to work with. Substitution for PE Sports. The Lao Ho is now out after getting shot out of a tree. They bring Mero in.
Definitely, I mean, you will feel bad after being shot at in there. All the effort to get away to land in that tree, and it's not easy. I'm not quite sure if in its actual game or was it in one of the matches before the broadcast happened, but a few players are trying to use a launch pad to get into one tree to hide out. So it's not easy. I've seen this, I tried this, and props to Lauho. He managed to do it.
It's not a game-winning play, but that is going into a highlight clip for sure. That would get you views on social media.
Well, unless you're Limit X7, who can shoot down anyone who can land in the tree. That is a different
It's true. Yeah, it takes away, you know, it downplays what Lauho has achieved. Poor dude. And now he gets benched in for this round, so we don't get to see that.
Yeah. All right. Let's see if that will throw up or that will help Lao Ho recover. But right now it's Team Falcons who has already taken an assault bunker. But BTR, Bigatron Esports is just waiting for them. Not quite sure if they have been spotted already or vice versa. But it is not looking good if in case Limited 7 goes down. But AC80 already in his hand. I think he had a good spot if the window is open for that opportunity.
Limit once more getting knocked down for the second time in a row, and now they are retaliating with their own utility. Potato getting very, very close to the perimeter to relocate with the Tatsuya. Rebel Rush coming back up again. BTR have 5 MKS on the corner playing flanking maneuvers, so Falcons will look to dismantle that first. Bias being forced way out of his hidey hole, having to do with Potato in a 1v1. The shot needs to land on Potato, getting good damage in. Bias ducks down in the end to survive slightly longer. Potato now swings the corner to flew off. Bias MKS really buying time and wins the fight. Potato goes down, but BTR still suffers heavy damage.
There is a VSK going against M590 and the smart move coming from the guy. But guys will not survive if 2 players jump on you. Bigatron Delta being taken down. Team Falcons, I thought they will be a miss in that battle, but no, the focus is more on a isolation. At that point, they isolated one player, which is Faiz, who's not giving backup anymore. Kyong tried to go and stop them from the approach, but they managed to get that distraction as well out of the way. So Team Falcons already grabbed their points, but as we look, Onyx Olympus not getting any points just yet, but who is running and knocking in their door is the aggressive Heavy.
And Heavy really not holding back with this aggression, trying to constantly press on the pain points of Onyx Olympus. Zyro will be able to get away, and that allows Heavy to instantly take over Mill, which, you know, they force Onyx to concede. At least Onyx gets themselves a vehicle. They got Crime MKS back. Wings, well, they get Crime MKS out of there, and Wings getting revived. But this does force the team out into the open.
Yeah, let's see if anyone can spot them out in the open. But that ridge for Onyx Olympus will be their safe spot. But speaking of, the ones being silent, it is Boream United. No eliminations just yet. Pretty much the same story overall. They are not aggressing against anyone in the early parts of this game. It's only second phase going into third, and most of the time it's the fourth unless they meet someone in their approach, in their rotation. And this time, I think it's PE Sports that would be the team that can disrupt that silence.
Mm-hmm. You can see Team Flash flying in. It's going to land right on top of one of their compadres, which is PE Sports. Out the window, Def tries to take a couple of shots on the PE Sports. Couldn't find the damage though, but behind them is Riptide Rhythm. So Team Flash will be forced to navigate forward deeper into the grasp of PE Sports. Not only a fraction of a blue wall separating them from potential hellfire, and that also puts them potential line of sight of VSJ and BRU. Team Flash have to make this quick.
Let's see if they can make it quick. I mean, they're buying a lot of time to take down PE Sports, but not only that, they're pressured with a challenge as well. Def has the gun down, but before doing so, they managed to put a lot of damage as well. But for Wang M far back, he will try to recover the rest of the teams, not even healing. His ideation would be to get away and then bring them back. Does have 800 coins, so it's a good chance this vending machine will save Team Flash in losing the challenge with so much point.
The substitution for PE Sports instantly paying off. Nero getting 2 knockdowns that translated into immediate elimination. Of course, they were not able to knock out Team Flash, and that's for the benefit of Team Flash as well. But it puts PE Sports in contention as well. I remember, like, after week 1, PE Sports were in a decent spot, and then they dropped down to 16th. Now they are on the climb back again. But on our screens, we see BRU and RRQ Kazu once more, the top 2 dogs in the entire lobby.
That's one thing, though. I mean, the top 2 dogs have the same idea of them just staying quiet, being in the middle of the circle. At some point, eventually, they will be meeting up, especially if one makes noise. And I think a few noises has been made already because they want to grab a few elimination from afar, and it's bound to happen. They might go against each other unless the shift in the circle will give them that opening. But there's no opening right now for the rest of Team Flash. It is PE Sports just knocking them down one at a time. Quick revival for the rest of PE, and they have 4 eliminations already.
Flash still in the running, but the damage dealt is 100% irreversible. So we are halfway through the round, crossing into the late game territory, and Team Flash are still trying to start from square one, getting the revive onto Def. There isn't really much resource left on the map unless you scavenge the leftover boxes from the defeated players. But guess what? There aren't really any defeated players on the map because we still have 11 teams.
Yeah, 11 teams. I mean, it's only one that has been taken out. It is reverse red, and a huge chance that it will dwindle in a bit. We are now going into third phase, going fourth, and as you can see, this edge of the circle is populated by a lot of teams already. Eventually, one will go down, and speaking of which, and that has met this death from the hands of Guerrero. SVD Dragunov makes that hit.
Oh, poor dude just came back and wanted to contribute to his team and ended up, getting his head taken out. Now it really just comes down to one last survivor on the side of Team Flash, the Zom. Can he make magic happen? As Falcons, they see a prey, they will try and swoop in, regardless of whether they're threatened by the circle or even yet. Just wait for you to start bleeding out, as now they will eventually actually cut through VSJ and get behind Onyx Olympus too. And if that's the case, they put themselves in a sandwich position with PE and BTR around them.
Let's see if they will be spotted at this point. Yes, the Zom, I think it is the Zom who's putting a lot of pressure on them, but it's a tough call because making that noise, going solo, but no, I guess that is the ideation. To make that noise, to make sure that the rest of Team Flash will be able to drop and swoop in without being spotted or without being hunted. But how much room will they have to drop in? Because and that's in this phase of the circle, there's not so much of real estate as well as loot that will be available. And there you have it. Wang N heard that answer.
Another free point given over to an opposing team. At this point, Team Flash will just have to pray that they survive long enough to get, a couple of extra placement points. RRQ Kazu starting to feel the heat a little bit, engaging with teams from afar. In fact, we see that it's PE Esports against BTR and RRQ. They want to get as much as possible, but these two teams, they don't leave scraps. In fact, RRQ Kazu able to help take out some members of BTR, getting 2 for themselves, and PE Esports also reaps some of the benefits.
Won't be surprised if all those elimination will not have that much damage because of them stealing all those elimination. But RRQ now being knocked, or their doors being knocked in by Borneo United after so many times and minutes that they have spent just waiting in there in both of this compound. But they have backed away. PE Sports will be rushing in. Not quite sure if this is something that they can be ready about, but Wong will be taken down. And here comes the rush. Once goes down, RRQ rushes in.
And Don't Cry and Ma in a 1v1, and unfortunately, Don't Cry steps on the mine laid out by Dudes earlier on, and this is going to spell the inevitable end of PE Sports LBT against Abai. The Wonder Child of RQ will do it again. PE Sports wiped out.
PE Sports eliminated at 9, and we still have 8 teams that is playing. We have lost sight of Borneo United, but now it is AG Global who's putting a lot of pressure on them. No, it's Heavy who's putting a lot of pressure on them, and they will be jumped by AG Global because they need a place to stay in. And that is saving grace for Borneo United right now, as well as a huge chance for them to save on resources because of Boulder and the buildings that they have covered them as they wait for their chance.
Yeah, BRU summoning AG Global to do their bidding, right? To stall out Heavy. A coincidence, but a very welcomed one as AG Global loses 2 members, unfortunately, to their hitters. It's Heavy. Dio lands right in front of them, drops 2 glue walls to cover the left side of the angle. Here comes the Riptide Rhythm. Dio needs to really put in the numbers, but unfortunately, Fires is here to spoil the fun, so Dio isn't happy with that, takes him out first, and needs some time to heal back up. Todak out in 8th place. Off screen, a double nade from VSJ. Heavy getting pincered from behind.
Heavy right now, 2 knockdown already. Mufasa being taken down by Joe Wheel. And there you have it. A sniper in the back will take you down. Do is the next target right now. Going solo, going against 4 players of the Sakta 3 Vijaya. And Hans is safe for the moment, unless someone from above or from afar will be able to take him down. But Du is doing quite well in surviving, but the blue is closing in.
Let's see. He actually gets a snipe on the Gardu. If not for Wasana, maybe Du would have been able to make it out of this, but BRU shut that show down very, very quickly. Oh no, Hans, not again. Is he gonna do the backstab once more, but this time on VSJ? We shall find out, as RQ and Onyx Olympus both lose member to VSJ, and that was the death of Onyx Olympus. RQ now against BRU. We've seen this before, and we knew that it was bound to happen. RQ now on the offensive, BRU on the defensive, trying to run away. Jonah, joined by the rest of the team, turns onto VSJ while they were on the run.
Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, they've seen the movement. They know it's a team that they want to go. They don't want to go against this yet, and they focus on the ones running away, knowing that they can take advantage because of the backstab. Now, Borneo United is still in the mixed 13 elimination, and hence the only one remaining as RRQ is already being taken down. Borneo United will be getting this booyah for sure, unless Heavy will be able to clutch this, which is low in percentage. Finally, once again, Borneo United has taken that booyah after 2 times of second place.
Finally, they get the spotlight on them for today. And Hans once more trying to repeat what he did in game number 1, but BRU this time were more than prepared for his shenanigans. No more backstabs, no more denials. BRU getting the win, and RQ getting wiped out off screen as well, right? VSJ got tagged by BRU, and they rotate. BRU started running away from RQ, in fact turning their eyes onto VSJ, and this whole triangle of engagement ended up having RRQ being wiped out by the combined efforts of VSJ and BRU instead.
I mean, it's as we can see on our perspective right now, Borneo United's focused on Sakasari Vijaya, but one player, if not 2, is already shooting at RRQ, plus the distraction coming from VSJ, and that threw them off guard, and that made Hans survive that encounter, thus taking that second place. But once again, Borneo United finally, well, we've seen them awake already. They haven't grabbed that booyah just yet, but finally taking that first spot right now. And it's just time that they will be taking number 1 in the overall standings.
Just BRU stuff, right? They take their time. Just the famous, I think, Chinese movie, the Chinese saying, "Crouching tiger, hidden dragon." Hide your fangs, bide your time. And BRU is the true embodiment of that. Never in a rush to make a move. Gone were the days that BRU used to run at every team they see and drop a 30 bomb per game. Not anymore. They do it exactly. They still can achieve that, but this time more cold and calculated.
Yeah, that would be a Crouching Jonah, hidden Moshi. This way. I mean, it's deadly. It's deadly. If again, once everything is quiet. If the team is quiet, it means that they're planning something that is not good, and that is what is happening right now when Borneo United is silent for the first half of the game. We were talking about that with chat out there, and again, they do agree. This is proof. This is proof that they can stay quiet in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game and then grab that booyah, or if not, like top 3 overall. And speaking of top 3, 100% by game number 3 on a top 3 percentage.
Yeah, same as RRQ Kazu, right? These two teams could not shake each other off. It's either RRQ Kazu or BRU. Both of them have actually gotten a booyah at this point of time. RRQ got it in round number 1. So overall, the top 2 consistent teams are still up there. And for BRU, they're telling everyone, don't mistake silence for weakness, because that is the complete opposite for BRU. More time to cook something up, and more time to plan for the execution. But guess what, Misa fans? We get to head back to Thailand with Misa, as she will be with BRU to ask them what brought them that booyah this round.
Hello, welcome back to the interview session. Today I'm here with
วัฒนาครับ
Okay. I think you're still a bit sleepy, but it's okay. So, what happened yesterday was Get High told us that he was still sleepy, your team was still sleepy, that's why you didn't get booyah. So what happened today? คือเมื่อวาน Get High บอกว่าเมื่อวานง่วงมากก็เลยยังไม่ได้บูย่าสักทีกว่าจะได้ก็โอ้โหเกือบจะจบวันแล้ววันนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็วันนี้พวกผมก็กินพร้อมกินแบบมาเต็มอิ่มเลยก็แบบนอนหลับเต็มอิ่มเหมือนกันก็เลยลั่นๆนะครับวันนี้
Alrighty, got enough sleep, got some food, that's why they're so good today. You can count on them for sure. Next one, how to be a pro just like you. Can you tell the fans please? ทำยังไงถึงจะเป็นโปรแบบเราแบบยิงลั่นๆแม่นๆเก่งๆ
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยก็ต้องมีแบบโทรศัพท์ที่ดีครับแล้วก็ฝีมือมันก็ต้องได้เลยครับถ้าไม่ได้ก็ยากนิดนึงครับสู้ๆครับ
Alrighty, mainly you need a good phone. So better get a new one. See in the corner, right there. And you need to have a good aim also. That's the point, right? Can you show us the very famous Egyo, the cutie pinch? โชว์แบบหยิกแก้มให้แฟนๆดูนิดนึงได้ไหมคะโอ้โหเห็นมีแฟนๆหลายคนมากชอบแก้มเรามากเลยอะไรอย่างงี้แบบหยิกแก้มโชว์กล้องสักนิดนึงThat was a cutie pose. Okay, guys.
ไม่ปกติเก็บให้แฟนหยิกคนเดียวครับ
Oh, he only kept it for his girlfriend. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Only for his girlfriend. Okay, on to the last question. Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans, like fan?
ก็ขอบคุณมากครับที่แบบยังคอยเชียร์พวกผมถึงแม้ในวันที่ผ่านมาฟอร์มพวกผมก็ยังไม่ค่อยแบบได้มาตรฐานเท่าไหร่ก็วันนี้เอาบูย่ามาฝากนะครับ
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for keep supporting him, and thank you that you're still with him. So we'll get you booyah for sure. Thank you so much for the interview session. Now let's get back to the shoutcasters. Bye.
I think that last message is not just for the fans. It's for the girlfriend.
Yeah.
Thank you that you're still with him. I mean, he's cute. He's cute. But you don't want to meet him in the battlefield. You don't want to see him in the battlefield. But for the fans out there, Jago Tabsavira, that is when they wake up it is their morning, and it is high a sun for Buddha United at this point. Top in the leaderboard a lot in terms of getting all those points and grabbing that buoy as well.
And again, a big part of it is just BRU being incredibly good at shooting people. You know, they are well trained, but on top of having honed skills, it's just the understanding, right? The strategic approach to every single situation. And a lot of times, you see teams, they start panicking when they are outnumbered. They start, you know, falling in a disarray when they are forced into open battlefields, just like that final circle we had. But for BRU, they knew how to utilize utilities, and I think the communication between the players were also on the point. Everyone understood their roles. And then you have someone like Wasana, who is so deadly in close range that he practically is a one-man army.
Dude, I mean, he is bringing back Andrew Awaken in the mix of massive skill. And you know this guy is is really buffed up, tanked up to be in the rush. Also, still wearing that Tatsuya. You know, he's not letting that go. I don't think he will be getting the Oscar just yet unless he knows that it can be beneficial for them. But it's working. It's working for them in the mix. Now, for the rest of the team, the Kairos with that breaker mode, or a defense breaker rather, that would switch up the EP with the Coda as well as that Nairi and that Joseph really helped Jonah to back them up, and of course back up of Get High with the Cassie and the quick pick up from Tiva and a little bit of healing from Olivia.
Overall is a very well thought out preset that has every single ingredient. It's a well-made dish, you know, a bit of sour, a bit of sweetness, a bit of spicy from Thailand. Overall, you know, for BRU, they have always been able to. I think that like, the only time that they kind of were on the low was kind of mid 2023. But afterwards, I think, you know, BRU, they've always been back to their prime, and people were just waiting for them to win another world championship at this point. Key players of round 3, we got Wasana, 6 eliminations. We got Limit X7 again as the sniper of Team Falcons with 3.3k total damage, and Get High as support from BRU with 9 assists.
I'm pretty sure Moshi is missing that spot as a damage dealer, but it's working. It's working for them. A lot of points in terms of elimination in the latter part of the game, as well as that Booyah in that game number 3. So again, it is high time that Buddha United really bring themselves up, and after that, I think they've already taken that number 1 spot away from Evo's Divine. And what can Evo's Divine do and WAG do at this point? Even Vamos, they're not playing. So whoever is taking as much point as possible, they will be overtaking them.
BRU once more hitting the jackpot. 26 points, this time for Booyah, uncontested. RQ once more managing to squeeze themselves in the top 3, finishing 3rd this round. But hey, Heavy putting themselves on the board too, right? 18 massive points. This is a team that has been missing from the regional stage for quite a while, and now having them back and really putting in the numbers really brings a smile to my face. I still remember the good old days when Buffalo was the star player of Heavy, and he's the only dude that can take out moving targets in a vehicle with a double revolver. That era might have passed, but the new era of Heavy is looking just as bright.
There you have it, Free Fire historian, Husky. With a lot of, I mean, I love hearing those stories about like what they've done so far in the competitive scene, and that is like background for most survivors out there, most viewers out there don't know that story. But for today's standing, Buddha United 65 points. This is more than half of what they did in last week. I think the 122 points that you did mention as their highest per day, and they've taken that number 1 spot. But again, there's no taking it back for Evo's Divine. 8 points behind Buddha United, and we're only halfway through the day.
Halfway through the day, and we are already seeing the standings, at least for the final standings of week 2, being shaped up a little bit. There's still some teams that need to do a bit of catch up, you know, the ones closer, Rivers Red, VSJ, Core Memory, but Onyx Olympus, they are making good strides, right? They are now in 15th spot, you know, 1-2 more good rounds is going to put them close to that 12th spot, and Reverse Red
Yeah.
needs to start watching their back.
Yeah, I mean, Reverse Red will be taken down a little bit early once again. There's a huge chance that VSJ will be able to move back up because it's only 16 points behind them. But how? How can you move up? It is with Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra with highest performance in terms of gaming phone. This is one thing that will help them and the players out there, even you viewers, to get in gaming mode at this point with the next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor, as well as enhanced Vulkan engine and improved ray tracing technology. It gives you more smoother gaming experience as well as lifelike graphics that you will need to get those shots.
Yeah, I was telling AJ that, can you imagine we now live in an era where there's ray tracing on a smartphone? that thing used to make your computer smoke, but now Samsung, they have innovated themselves. They have gone above and beyond. They are way ahead of their time, and that's what we love about technological advancement. Let's talk about the schedule, right? We're gonna go from Bermuda and advancing to Purgatory next for round number 4. And so far, today's storyline has been BRQ being the constant, and everyone else being kind of the elements that affect whether these two teams end up on top.
Yeah, and it's one thing though, and let's see if this is a turnaround for some of the teams. And we're talking about Team Falcons. Out of this group A and B, Team Falcons is number 1 with 60 points, and there you have it. GOW will not be playing today, but they will be followed by Borneo United. And who's next? It is Team Flash in there, but Team Flash is not looking flashy at the moment. They're really shorting out in terms of surviving longer in the game.
Oh yes, I think, like, even when we look at Team Flash today, it has been quite a mediocre one, right? Like, they got up to incredibly slow start, getting wiped out by AG Global in round number 1. But then when we look at the rest of the rounds, it's quite surprising that throughout everything that AG Global has done, Team Flash is still ahead of them in points.
Yeah, I mean, they have done so much in terms of survivability, but the passiveness coming from AG Global is not like working for them. In terms of elimination, yes, they had breached that 100 spot, but 114 compared to what we've seen the other team has done, and though they're focusing on placement, survivability, they're not really living up towards the final 3. So hopefully they can get that balance to be able to be aggressive, to survive longer, and get top 3 for the next match.
Yeah, hopefully. I think for this Team Flash, they really got to start thinking ahead and how to play out these rounds, because apparently, or at least from what we can see, they struggle so much in that early game, right? And it's one of the few phases where you don't really need to kind of pull your hair out about a lot of stuff. Teams are not going to get aggressive unless provoked. And Team Flash, the fact that they are getting caught out in rotations, they are getting into these, hot drop, they gotta somehow change that, because that is what's stopping them from advancing.
It's just going back to the basics. I mean, for some of the teams who are not being successful in the aggression, and we've seen that from Bigatron Esports, from the past, we've seen them really slow it down, because like the elimination is like eliminating the top dogs is not working in their survivability. And so they turned it around and they managed to get a few more points in most of the engagement that they have. So hopefully that is what Team Flash will be doing. Slow it down a little bit, because we know they have the firepower. And then once they have a comfortable placement, then yeah, go ahead. Whoever you face, take them down if you can.
Okay, just play slow, cool, calm, and collected. I think teams are really kind of rushing into battle way too much, and sometimes, this does even affect the best teams in the world. We've seen Team Falcons do that often and get punished, and a lot of times teams get taken out of the game not because they were not good enough, in CQC, but more so they start a fight and then there are external factors, right? Vultures waiting waiting from afar. The third parties are the ones that's been costing teams their rounds for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, you might have forgotten. Let's see. It's one thing though for Team Flash to really wait it out.
Yeah.
Like let's put Korean United as an example as well. But before we head there, we are jumping into the next map. This is Purgatory, so let's see if they can turn this around, and we'll have to find out who rolls out with who in the hot dog compartment. But the question is, will our flight path still be favorable for everyone? I'm looking forward to a skewed one, probably the north, south, or wherever, as long as everyone will be put in the mix. But I don't think I will be given that chance.
Yeah, the flight path is pretty nice today. So much generosity. So teams gotta take advantage of that, right? When the flight path cuts through ski lodge, sometimes, or actually almost all of the time, people will head there. And sometimes ski lodge can be a death trap. There's really only one way in and one way out. AG Global though decides to just occupy Forge and the eastern side, sending Dew out to gather some intel. Probably is very, very populated near this Forge area.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to reduce the population at this point. BTR against Heavy, and Heavy right now, I don't think they will be that aggressive, but there goes Saifa from afar, and there goes a rush by Kocha with a UMP, and with this trio who is just rushing in, the distraction of the motorcycle that has been put in by BTR, I don't think Heavy will be moving that much.
I think even for the side of Heavy, they were not prepared to fight at all, because all of these players are separated so far apart from one another. PLS1 is going to be the next in line if he gets spotted out, but was able to at least keep himself safe. You see the binoculars getting used by side of BTR. The scan towards the northern side a little bit, spots a vehicle from Heavy who is able to disengage.
Let's see if they can try to get back into this fight. PE Sports, though, Adam VSK in hand, but I don't think PE Sports will be minding them for the moment unless a pinch will be happening. And I think once they spot one of the players of Onyx Olympus, that would be a chance for them to probably put in a backstab. It's a Virus right now, who will be introduced into the battle, Bison in hand, but there's not so much of backup from him. And there goes Virus being taken down. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot. Pow! With that M590.
Now, Onyx Olympus not in any position to, to demand PE Sports any sort of an engagement. So losing out one member this early on is not exactly the best start. Although they will get a freebie if they can just shoot narrow. Come on, Crime. Come on. Come on. You were once the hero of Malaysia. Come on. You can do it the easy way, I guess.
Yeah, well, there's not much of cover other than the glue wall. AC80 has been pulled out. He could have pulled that out a little bit too early and focused more, but Nero is just one guy, and 2 of which, or 3, is already pushing in. So it's just time that will tell. Will he survive? I don't think that much. But no! Max 7 in hand brings him down, but no confirmation. Still, Nero will be out.
If his teammates sit out of that, that would be a win for Nero. So I think that's a whoopsie for Crime. It didn't need to go down that route, but it's fine. Right? They still got the point. Crime probably lost like an armor or something. The rest of Peace Sports actually popping their heads out. Adam will see that one. And Onyx, they're not in a rush. In fact, wow, Crime trying to go for some style points. Actually was able to tag Don't Cry a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not targeting really on taking him down, but yeah, that is the ideation. Now, Nkang and LBT being shot at. Vehicle gameplay will not work for that takedown just yet, but no! Adam being taken down, P90 from afar, and I think Onyx Olympus needs to stop the chase because in time they will be caught off guard and some other teams will be backstabbing them. But here comes PE Sports, LBT, and Nkang. There goes the Rebel Rush, and Sairu will be taken out. Again, the P90 making it work.
Holy cow, Nero really putting that money's worth where it should be. Subbed in round number 3. Instantly, you see that payoff. And round number 4, he is the one making these plays with a P90. Well, the next contender is going to be BRU if Nero sees them, but in this case, I think you just run not too far though. Jonah did get him.
Yeah, we're seeing, and then like, I was not surprised. I thought Virus has been there, but Wings needs to sit this one out. Thus, he will be subbed out. Guns, though, will be taken out because a nade, a God nade, coming from Team Flash and Gardu also flying in. But they will not be getting so much in here. I think two players or one player did get a few resources. It just will be cleaned up by the rest of the team. BTR and Todak, Ski Lodge, the blue is closing in and Traps has been taken down. Videls will need to buy them back out and as well as tank the blue to survive.
Let's see if there is they bail out. I think right now, for the side of Todak, every time when you're stuck in Ski Lodge, or at least if you are Todak or BTR, when you're stuck in Ski Lodge and the circle starts closing in, it gets quite dicey, right? If you're indoors. BTR saying a prayer for sure. No contention, no obstacle. For Onyx, you can't say the same. The obstacle is a mobile one. Wasana just leading the charge. Here we go. 1v1. Virus actually wins that one now. Gotta get the takedown though. You need the confirmation. Virus will try to get it, but BRU makes sure that is not gonna happen. Wasana gets back up.
That's one thing though. I mean, M1873 in the hand, or M1887 rather, in the hands of one player that can take down Wasana. But that was a surprise though. He was not expecting someone hiding behind the vending machine. But that is a feat already. But surviving an onslaught of Grim United, that's a different story. Reverse Red right now showing up after a few moments of silence of being taken down earlier. Now Don't Cry being chased, and Esports is not getting any luck.
Reverse Red, lose Saming, and let's see if Esports can do it, can pull it together without Nero in the equation. Ice Grenade just to zone out. Bit of that open field. Esports really getting pushed back slowly but surely. Again, explosives being thrown out. Nero actually is around, but he's afar. He's doing a separate job. He's doing side quests, taking out Todak members, while his teammate is engaging with Reverse Red, but they're holding on very well. LBT with a double revolver right in the heads of Reverse Red. That Deagle paying off, and LBT with the P90, Nero's signature weapon right now, will not be able to pull through, but damage is done. It's done.
Kill.
Yeah, it has been done. I think LBT has lost all resources, like a sliver of health, and it's not moving up. You know what's happening. He used up. They used it up already, and it's because of the revival spree that happened for their team. One at a time, they are being taken out, revived, and they're just spending all those resources. And it's time for them to stay safe. But how can you be safe? 12 teams still remain, and we're getting into third phase.
Team Flash under pressure. BRU. This is the first time today that they go on the offensives this early on. Dudes, in fact, will chip in too. It's them against Team Flash. So BRU might get more than they bargained for. Wasana breaks into the bunker, checks it out. No one's there. Team Flash, all of them flushed out of the hidey hole.
See if they can get back up. Team Flash right now. The Zom, who's received a lot of damage, flies away. And Wasana is trying to spot them, but as Get High gets knocked down, needs to be picked up so that they will not have to lose his resources. It's RRQ who've dealt with them. And this is the same story, pretty much the same story that we've seen earlier. They know, or they've been using their tactics to know their specific position, where to place themselves, and they end up seeing each other.
Right now is Huang M in this triangle of a stand of Crime MKS on one side, RQ Kazu on the other. It's a double stack of 18 here at the side. They're gonna start firing. Huang M trying to get away, chip damage, left, right, and center. Abai finds the knockdown. 5 RQ will reunite in just a little bit as they clock in their first point of this round.
I think they just, Wang M just bide time for revival for the rest of the team. Team Flash not looking good in terms of the challenge though, but for Team Falcons, team that has topped the board in this map, is doing quite well. The Giant Slayer paying them back and Bigatron Esports being taken out on the 12th spot. Now, Team Falcons 3 elimination already, and it's pretty much like pro tactics, being silent and then waiting for the perfect moment before they make that noise.
And Team Falcons looking a lot more better now. The fights have been going their way. They feel a lot more composed, no third party, and that is their environment. Team Flash gets a mass revive as AG Global looking to lock Team Falcons out, make them stay in the blue, swim in that pain a little bit. In fact, they are willing to push on forward. The glue wall melters will expire. Chinoy will start backing off as utilities gets thrown out by AG Global to force Team Falcons to that engage, and Team Falcons, they accept the invitation. In fact, Karoro backs off to look for a better flank angle. Potato exposed as the glue wall goes down. Deal with a good snipe as a follow-up. Potato, no time to react as he gets punished. Peter, second in line.
That's what I'm talking about. If Dew is doing it, and then AG Global will follow suit, and Team Falcons, as much as we want to praise them even more, it's not showing up that much, but another sniper putting a lot of pressure on them. This is just sniper advantage that we are seeing. Talking about VSK is just not working for him just yet, so they need to fly away, and shots after shots, and there, through the skies, the Falcons has been laid flat in the 11th spot.
Well, it looked good for Team Falcons at the start, but a bit of a, I think, forced error. And you gotta commend the brilliance of AG Global, making Team Falcons commit and then putting the rug right under them. AG Global with 8 points just now. Team Falcons will have to sit this one out. BRU on the rotation, Todak on the north, Onyx Olympus on the both east and west, but they are heading straight for the river, and that's where Heavy is.
Let's see, Heavy right now will receive a heavy barrage of Brew Blood. 4 eliminations on a bag already, and they need to be tactical because they will be facing Onyx Olympus once the gunshot ensues, once the noise happens, and we'll have to find out. We'll have to find out if this is something that can be finished off quickly by Borneo United.
Just statistically, Heavy should be an easy prey, and that's why they are running away. Well, one of them got away. The rest all shot down. BRU went duck hunting, and they got 3 free points.
See, I mean, 3 points, 3 points for them. For AG Global, we were talking about them not being that aggressive or not really surviving that much, but 9 elimination make that 10 elimination for AG Global, and they're still a complete squad. Only one has felt that revival, and they're just challenging everyone from afar. As mentioned, if Do will be able to put in a lot of damage from afar and then follow suit with Baros, Chinoy, and the rest of the team to be able to take them down from a distance, and that is what's working for AG Global. But for Reverse Red against Todak, it's not working for Todak. Reverse Red has grabbed their 8th elimination. Aggression is back for this red team.
Straightforward. Assault didn't really have to use much. Barely took any damage. 8 point in the bag. AG Global around the corner, but right in front of Reverse Red is going to be RRQ, who are in the circle. Don't cry. Getting shot at by Barros. Backs off into the building for now. AG Global now needs to advance forward.
Yeah, and last guy that wasn't able to mention was Saifa, and it is a Bay who takes down Barros, but Barros also felt that shot from afar, and this is what's deadly about RRQ. They're just sitting pretty in one area looking at 360, and anyone they see, they shoot from afar. And with 18D right now helping out a Bay, they can go for that aggressive push.
Very good coverage from RRQ Kazu as BRU are out of the picture the first time today that they won't be in the top 3. And RRQ Kazu, let's see if they can get out of this, but it will give them a good chance of getting the second booyah of the day. Chinoy aims to stop that from happening. All 3 members of RRQ Kazu on the floor, and there's only one survivor left. Is Abai trying to deal with Cypher, and AG Global will shut the show down immediately.
AG Global has been buffed, and they have 15 elimination already, but unfortunately for them, they've lost Ju, the guy that had been making it work up until this moment. Going against a reverse red 3v4 situation, they just need to fight them in a close quarter combat. And speaking of close quarter, it is the trailer, but they're receiving damage and not paying it back. Now, let's see if they can get away, because the reason why reverse red backed away is because the other teams are showing up on the horizon.
And Team Flash and VSJ also is their first time in top 4. And Dev actually blew himself out with the grenade launcher. So that is a bit of an oopsie. This fight will be forced to pause a little bit thanks to the blue wall blocking the entrance of this bunker. Let's see what plans that Team Flash has. What can they cook up while they are safe? It's quite funny because, you know, VSJ can't attack them, but they can see where Team Flash are at. And Reverse Red now shows up, and VSJ realize that they have a bigger problem.
Yeah, it's one thing, no, distracted by the safe. Team Flash right now can bring Reverse Red onto them. So it's either they back away or they just like fight against Reverse Red, and they're doing it. Gardo for the takedown against Diamond, but quick pickup right there because Nameless has the Tiva, and AG Global are the ones going down. And when we thought we are going to see them in the top 3, they had been taken down. But Team Falcons and Visaka Sriwijaya, I love how it's working out right now. They are part of it, but they need to go against the Reverse Red team.
Let's see how long can Team Flash hold on down there, because VSJ have bigger fishes that they need to fry, which is Reverse Red, the only team right now in this final phase who has the whole squad alive. And VSJ, perched up on top of this bunker, have a pretty good chance of stopping Reverse Red. Again, Team Flash, they can be the difference maker, but both teams don't want to interact with them.
Yeah, they don't want to meet up just yet. It's quite troublesome knowing that someone is overseeing what's happening. In the moment that you go in an engagement, they will take advantage. And Reverse Red are the ones keeping their distance because Blue is closing in. And this is why they are staying away. They will just capitalize on all the engagement that's happening. Team Flash has been eliminated, but Visaka Sriwijaya has no revival that will be happening, trying to go underneath the truck. And Reverse Red grab another booyah.
Second booyah of the evening, the only team with 2 booyahs. And I hope this doesn't become a pattern where they get a booyah and get flatlined again next round. They got the first one in round 2. Round 3 was a no-show, but round 4 they show back up big time. And this is gonna really add on to the points that Reverse Red desperately needed. But can I just sidetrack a bit and talk about Team Flash's death, who took himself out twice with the grenade launcher? If there's an emergency sub, I have a feeling it might just come from Team Flash.
That's one thing, I mean, because of all the pressure that is happening on them, they were not expecting, they were not really focused on getting back, and especially with the grenade launcher. You know how sensitive it is. A few snipes, and with that tight corner or tight spot that they have, it is bound to happen. But I love what Visaka Sriwijaya is doing, but they just waited quite longer, and they knew this is bound to happen. If they started it early, Reverse Red will still take advantage.
I can't believe this. This was a disaster. I think Team Flash have a very, very good chance, but they handicapped themselves, right? Their biggest enemy was themselves that round. Dev really, if you want to hold that grenade launcher, you have to make sure those shots, if they don't land, at least don't blow yourself up. That is not how you get points. It doesn't count into a point for your team, sadly. Apparently sacrificing yourself doesn't really benefit the squad. But regardless, congratulations to Reverse Red for the second booyah of this evening.
The good thing that eliminating yourself, knocking yourself down, doesn't give you a minus points. Because if that's the case, then you'll be more out than what you're aiming for. But you mentioned about the transition of grabbing the booyah and not getting points, and then grabbing another booyah. It's not too distant from what Evo Zivine has done. Hopefully they're not copying it, because 0 points is not good for Reverse Red. But if you're getting booyahs, well, not booyahs after booyahs, but more booyahs in a day, then there's a lot more that you can bring in terms of getting higher in the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean the Booyahs can win you tiebreakers, but it's not. But it's not going to bring you far enough to be top one, right? Unless we go into the champion rush mode and then they get the 80 points and the Booyah, then sure. But for now, I think Reverse Red, you gotta get that act together. You can't be getting a win and then you slack off or you kind of mess up in the next round and don't get anything. It actually just nullifies whatever effort they put in the round before. So I think consistency again. Reverse Red, please be consistent. They have done it before. They just gotta do it again.
Yeah, same goes. I mean, let's see if they can be consistent. So far, I think they're listening to us, or probably the same stories being told by the coach or the analyst or whatever, because it's just not happening from the past. Now it is happening, and it's a good thing as well. Royale United has been eliminated a little bit early. Otherwise, they might have been denied of that Booyah. You know how it is. They will just rotate in that open area, and Reverse Red, even if they can focus on the two teams who are on the South Bunker, they will be caught off guard by a different team. But let's head over to the interview and get back to Misa as well as the Reverse Red.
Hello, back to the interview session. Today I'm here with
Nameless ครับจาก Nameless ครับ
So Nameless, what did you do? The performance has been so well. Everything's been so good. You got 2 Booyahs today. What did you do? ไปทำอะไรมาคะโอ้โห performance อย่างดีเลย Booyah 2 มาแล้ว
ไปเติมพลังมาไปพาไดมอนด์ไปกินต้มยำมาครับ
He went to have some tom yum with Diamond. Okay, that better be a good meal. Okay, next question. How to be a good supporter like you? ทำยังไงถึงจะเป็น support ที่ดีเหมือนเรามี tips อะไรบอกไหม
ดูเกนไฮเล่นเยอะๆครับ
Watch Get High Play. Okay, pretty good advice. Okay, on to the next question. Is there any dance move that is your favorite? มีแบบท่าเต้นที่เราชอบไหมสักนิดสักหน่อยเซิร์ฟๆหน่อย
เอา
โชว์กล้อง
ได้เดี๋ยวเอาท่าในเกมเลยครับ
โอเคไป
ไก่
Let's go. Okay, guys. Last question. Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans who are watching right now?
ครับก็เต็มที่ครับ
He'll do his best. Okay, please keep cheering for him. Thank you for the interview session. Now let's get back to the shoutcasters. Bye.
บ๊ายบายฮะ
Kai. A victory dance indeed. And well, there you have it. Reverse Red once again. I'm pretty sure the chat, the viewers out there are loving Beast getting back into the fray and in every Booyah that Thailand is taking. But looking at the highlight right now, Royale United, when we thought that they will continue with what they have been doing, they were eliminated, and that was out of view as well.
Yeah, I think for Reverse Red, if that's what it takes, if a good hot bowl of tom yum is what it takes to win the game, then go ahead. Once more, like on the good rounds, you can see that Reverse Red, they clearly had a game plan. That game plan hasn't really changed. In the past, ever since we've seen this roster, it has always followed the same MO, where you get Saming in a good spot, you get Nameless and Diamond in the front, and Saming is going to constantly support them. And then the weak spot also is Saming, right? If he gets picked off, if he has a bad angle to work with, then suddenly it all falls apart. So that has been what they've been sticking with. We've seen it work, we've seen it fail, and right now it's for the optimization, right? They gotta find a way to optimize it, and I think Diamond has at least done a pretty decent job of doing so.
Oh, definitely decent indeed. 5 elimination, not so much of the damage because it's 2291 in damage, but they really took advantage of a lot of teams who's battling away from them. But looking at roster, I don't think there was any change from here. But earlier on MVP for Diamond, he was wearing that SKS, so that's a good help as well for Saming, who puts in a damage from a distance. So that's what they're trying to do right now. And similar to what we've seen Royale United do, like having snipers or marksmen for if of most, if not all of the players, can bring them so much elimination before they get in up close and personal.
Yeah, and I think if anything, hopefully, for Reverse Red, they kind of keep that mentality and just themselves that every single time they get into a situation like this, they just stick to the game plan, stick to the formation, and make sure that they constantly play around that game plan. Keep Sami safe, and that's going to allow them to keep on landing these shots.
All right, and there you have it. 2 across the board. This guy, when he pops off, the entire team pops off. 6 elimination, 4,377 in damage, and 8 knockdowns. It's just unfortunate that he was the first one to be taken out. Thus, AG Global didn't proceed that much in surviving, and they had to deal with a lot of teams in that smaller circle. But I love how Do and AG Global is doing, but hopefully it's not dependent or always dependent on Do right now, because if this is the case for AG Global all the time, if not most of the time, then they will be moving up on leaderboard. But let's not take away from Reverse Red, 14 elimination plus that Booyah with a total of 26. Team Flash as well, going higher in terms of placement compared to elimination. Thank you very much, Team Flash. We are loving it.
Yeah, I think Team Flash, we have high hopes for them, and they gotta keep showing it. And again, they're showing up. Team Flash, we've seen what they can do. We've seen Team Flash at their best, and every single time Team Flash shows up is a very good feeling. They get to put up a fight. I remember there were periods of time when Team Flash was actually the biggest enemy of BRU, until the point where Jonah was specifically calling out Team Flash, and BRU was specifically targeting Team Flashes in round, and I want to bring that back, even though it's not the same roster anymore, but there has been history of brilliance from this team.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant indeed. And currently they are in 7th place. They are 22 points behind Team Vamos, who's not playing right now. That can be easily dealt with in a few more matches, because like most of the time, if you're not in a comfortable position, you will be pushed down, especially with the rotation that we have in grouping. So that is one thing that they need to work on even more. Not only that, it's because of the challenge that we have for these teams.
Yeah, I think this has been shaping up to be pretty entertaining, right? Like, barring the fact that the top teams are still at the top, but seeing competition in the middle of the pack is something that we've been asking for quite a while. And right now, I think the teams are slowly delivering. I feel like we still have quite a long way to go regardless, but keep it interesting, making sure that Thailand is not the only dominant team. That's what we want. We're going to go on a short break. When we return later, 2 more rounds to close out week number 2. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Griza.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
the ultimate test of skill and strategy. Only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order. Total prize pool, $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show in this Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025, Week 2, Day number 3, and we are done with 4 matches already, and we are still energized because we have our sponsor right here, Red Bull, who keeps us refreshed and energized all throughout. On the caster says, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, and my nephew, Husky, bringing the action to your screen.
Yeah, 2 more rounds, I still have a lot of energy going through my veins. If I can't sleep tonight, I'll drop you a text, right? We're both really juiced out by Red Bull, and again, I found my favorite flavor, and it's a very fruity one. Either way, we got Kalahari left, Kalahari and a random map, and every time I see Kalahari, I always look forward to how it shakes up the competition, right? I think Kalahari is still, despite being one of the OG maps, is still one of the more complicated maps to play. It's one that really challenges a lot of the teams out there. You have to really think about your movements with how less cover the map provides. And of course, when you talk about Kalahari, you talk about Indonesian teams. So that is also something that I think a lot of ID fans will look forward to.
Yeah, Kalahari has been dominated from these groupings by Bigatron Esports, and yeah, definitely even RRQ has doing quite well, especially if they drop on Refinery in this spot. And this is a game changer as well. Every time, like from the previous format of our tournament in the maps, Kalahari is mostly in the middle, and it just throws off the tactics of the team because of what you just mentioned. Not so much of cover, plus the addition of the hook gun that can give you more of an exit and entry strategy in terms of engagement that's just not available in the other maps.
And again, so far, Reverse Red is the only team that has gotten 2 booyahs today, but they've also are the only team that has truly played 2 rounds today, right? Like round 1 and 3 were sort of a no-show. So we'll see if they get to keep themselves in the game for round 5. Thailand, as usual, has been getting majority of the spotlight today, thanks to their performances overall. But just like any other round, RRQ Kazu lurking in the shadows every single time. They got the booyah in round 1, and ever since then, they have been always put themselves in that top 3, in that leaderboard. Let's see if they can repeat it once more.
Yeah, let's see if they can repeat it once again. And looking at top 3, I did mention BTR in the number 1 because of the groupings, but if we include WAG, then they will be the ones topping it off. Imagine 72 points in Kalahari, but PE Sports will be there as well, and as I mentioned, RRQ is also doing quite well in this map. So there's a huge chance that they can grab another booyah. There is a potential for RRQ right here. It just depends on the other team as well, because a lot is using snipers already, and this is a sniper's nest as we used to call Kalahari.
Oh yes, it's again one of the more unique maps. Very very classic. I remember Kalahari even went to a bit of a reworking phase at one point, the redesign, and it's good to see, though, at least on the top 3 list, we don't have at least Buriram sitting in top 3 in this case, right? Like the BTR, I was expecting RRQ to be on that list. I think everyone was expecting RRQ. That's kind of the shift that we love. Different teams taking up the mantle. PE Sports also being in 3rd place overall. And then putting that together, these two teams also happen to be in the middle of the pack today.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing though. At least you have one map that you can take advantage of in terms of getting all those points. And as much as we want to hope that's not the case, everyone can get as much points. But, well, if that is something that they can work with, like what we've seen RRQ, Buriram United has done, even WAG has done already, Evo's Divine, as a matter of fact, from yesterday, regardless of which map, though there is a pattern of winning, losing, that up and down, but still it's not map dependent. So it just comes down to tactics, how you can adjust if in case you experience hot drop in the early parts of the knockout stage, then you need to make adjustment in drop spot. Like, don't let pride take over in those engagements, especially in the early parts.
Yeah, and being hot dropped on Kalahari, right? Early engagements in Kalahari are so much more punishing in certain areas. Again, lesser cover to work with means you really have to rely on just raw gunfight. Not to mention that a lot of areas have very minimal resources, but they also are some of the preferred drop spots of certain teams. And every single time you see teams get into an early fight on Kalahari, it usually ends in a full team wipe.
Yeah, I mean, because there's not so much of cover, as you did mention, and again, even from afar, you can be spotted, and we've seen the accuracy of the sea. But for PE Sports, well, I guess they really need to chug down on Red Bull, because they are being aggressive, they are showing up, and for the last match, they might have been unlucky, but I think they have put in as much point as possible compared to the past, or take it away, it's only 8 points in Purgatory, so they need to do more, probably drink a couple of Red Bulls. Not quite sure how will that affect their sleep, as you did mention, but they can play CS afterwards. But
yeah, I know that Lee's Nero has been on form, right? He came in during round 3 and he has been holding the team together. He got some some individual highlight reels. He's been getting some insane shots with weapons that are usually not meant for long range, like the P90. So it's a bit surprising that with all that effort that they only score, not even double digits in the previous round. Hopefully in this round, the rest of the team kind of follow in Nero's stride and be a lot more in sync. I think that's kind of what PE Sports needs right now. Having every single player step up and not just one individual.
yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a similar story from what we've seen on AG Global. If Do is stepping up, then the rest of the teams are doing well. Hopefully that's something that, well, can be replicated by PE Sports and exceeded at some point. So they use one as a motivation, they step up, and then they just rotate whatever team or whatever player will be performing well. And if that will be done to perfection, regardless, whoever has been taken down, you can still fight back, stand back up, and fight.
Yeah, I think that is kind of the case for PE Sports, but I also can kind of apply that to teams, I think, like AG Global, even I think Team Flash, where there were a lot of times where you look at Team Flash, you look at Team Flash, Onyx, Olympus, that's early rotation, the members get split up, and you get these isolated takedowns that felt like it could have been avoided, right? I know teams sometimes like to send up a scout, he goes down, you revive him instantly, but we haven't seen conversions from some of these teams, and that's what slows them down in the early game.
Yeah, let's see. We are jumping into Kalahari right now. Going to get heated into the battle for game number 5. And let's see who will be taking advantage of the fight path that we're going to get. So far, it has been favorable for every team. But again, I'm still hoping for a cruel flight path, but I don't think I'll be getting it.
Yeah, no. So far, it has been 0 out of 5. I personally like cruel flight paths. I think it's a different layer of challenge for these players, but I can also appreciate it being generous every once in a while, and in this case, it is just as generous as the one that we've seen. Although, if you like Oldhampton Shrines or Foundation, you might have to take a longer flight there. Doesn't seem to be any hot drops, which in of itself is already a pretty good start to the map.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how cruel it is in some of the engagement, but
Okay, never mind.
Sport. I mean, this has been happening for quite some time. PE Sports and Visaka Sriwijaya has been hot dropping each other, but again, hopefully it ends because both teams are not doing quite well. And if you try to take out, well, compared to VSJ, it is a PE Sports who's not doing so much well, so they need to move away from Mammoth and find a new dropping spot. But let's see if they can win this fight. It's a 3-1 split right now for VSJ, and it's Joe Wheel who's getting sights on them. But who's running in the mix? It's Reverse Red, who's very, very close.
Oh yeah. Again, substitution for the side of Visaka Sriwijaya. Jens is now in, no more guns. See if this is going to help them, right? Like, we saw the impact of PE Sports making a substitution and how that has fared so far. You know, we see small improvements. You see Reverse Red having someone planted on the northern side of Mammoth. In fact, the whole team is now here. We might get a three-way fight. Todak also making a substitution, getting Jojo in, and swapping traps out. But PE Sports in an early engagement with VSJ.
Now let's see if they will end it well. Reverse Red once again. It's just one player though, who I think it's one player who just stepped in here and getting some information. It is Diamond per se, and there's no sights of him being rushed just yet. But the moment that the engagement happened, Todak will be flying in. But speaking of flying in, AG Global are the ones going down. No fly in, no buyback for them. They will be eliminated, none other by Team Flash. 5 elimination for them, which is quite awesome for the early few minutes of the game.
Todak getting that 1 point. Let's see if how they advance from here. Seems like it's going to be a wraparound to get PE Sports out of the way first. Reverse Red still standing by around the corner, but PE Sports seemingly forced away, at least forced towards the southern side of Mammoth. So that's going to be where the huge skeleton structure is going to be. And Diamond is going to get spotted out for sure. His back exposed. Fires goes for the hit. Diamond with the glue wall. Nameless providing support from down below. Saming spotted out. Videl's really covering a lot of these angles.
I love the map awareness coming from Reverse Red, especially from Diamond, because the moment he shot at those above them, and I think that's PE Sports, he knows that backup is already on its way and they can stop them. Thus, Jojo has been taken down right here, and as well as, well, that is with the help of Nero from PE Sports, but they have received damage. So they has received damage that stopped their hit on Diamond. So that is just one, I would say, part of the game that they need, or every player, every esports player needs to know map awareness and where to position yourself.
Reverse Red now will go on the offense a little bit. Don't cry, actually getting sniped down by Exposy. And due to the landscape, the structure around Mammoth is hard to provide backup. Nero, not even aware of that. Saming just drops on top of him and pops him. And PE Sport dismantled 1 by 1 by Reverse Red. That's 4 points already.
That's the trouble of Kalahari. I mean, the elevation that you have, you're not spotted, and then you can just jump down in there, hook gun yourself into a safe spot and spot an enemy or see an enemy as well. But let's see if Noki will be spotted as well. I think they will just pass by him, but Joel will be hunted by Diamond. Not quite sure if this is 1v1 that he will be going against, but no, it is Saming from a distance that would help them out, and VSJ, Visaka Sriwijaya, will be flying away.
I think Sun Tzu once said a good angle is an exposed angle, and Kalahari is pretty exposed, so Saming is having a very good time so far. Forced into the CQC, not the usual flavor. Will trade his body for Noki, but of course with his teammates around, Reverse Red gets him back up. 6 points to kick off the round.
I mean, Charge Buster in your hand, definitely in a 1v1 you will win against an M590, but on a 1v3, definitely you will be going down. So Saming, despite of how accurate he is on those flicks, it's quite a tough call. But Charge Buster has been rarely used anymore. So let's see if this is a chance for them to be reintroduced. But Jojo back into the fray. XM9, well, XM8 a takedown on him, and Visaka Sriwijaya will get that first elimination.
Yeah, and they Toda completely losing control of the situation, right? It looked good at the start, and then it went south pretty quickly. Obey actually ends up getting taken down by PLS1. Again, Kalahari, very punishing if you are not aware of your surroundings. These rotations have to be well thought out. VSJ losing 2 members just because they were not prepared for these hits. Now reaching the sub, it's going to be Zenz with the hook gun. Purchase himself up top, but heavy on his tail.
Yeah, inhaler action to be able to recover a little bit, and as well as give away to give chance for them to revive teammates. Joel will be brought back in, and the chase continues. Gens, after being brought in as Guns will be taken out, he is in trouble, stressed, I would say, because 4 players from Heavy is not letting go.
At least he got one of his teammates back. And look who has just arrived. There is BRU. Oh, okay, misses his footing. That's going to break his ankles, losing most of his health. Maybe that will draw the attention of a Heavy away, because if not, BRU might end up getting the last laugh, getting extra points on top of that crane too.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this might be a saving grace for Visaka Sriwijaya, but I think Barodam United has their eyes just on him. And Heavy already got away from that, hearing all those gunshots. That's not coming from their team. They need to take cover. But what can be done? Barodam United on top of you, aggression overall, and they will not go down until they are ready, or they got that takedown or knockdown. So this is just a waiting game for Gens. Hopefully, Joel has invested so much in coins already to bring him back up, as well as the rest of the team.
And here comes the offense from BRU. Wasana once more alongside Jonah leads the charge. There's no chance for them to win that one. You saw it coming from a mile away, and it's not even because of Wasana or Jonah. It was Moshi who took him out from afar. RRQ, Kazu, and the favorite spot at Refinery finds intruders from PE Sports, and Dutz is trying to flush them out.
Well, let's see if they can flush them out. Nero already exposed, but managed to hide away. I guess that's a good distraction to put focus on Nero. He is jumping away as well, leaving 3 of their players behind, and then the rest follow suit. But look who's waiting. It's a Bay and 18 Deer linked up with Electrotherapy, and they will be chasing it as LBT. So with that launchpad already used, there's not so much of getaway that can be done, but they still have a hook gun available.
Yeah, Dutz even relocated, but now is facing some pressure from PE Sports. And Kang and Don't Cry looking for him, but have not found him so far. The rest of RQ Kazu, they get to cover him as well. Abai deciding to make a detour. If they can pick up these 2 members of PE Sports, it makes the life of RQ so much easier. And now they make contact. Don't Cry getting swarmed. 2v3 in favor of RRQ Kazu, and they make quick work of these 2 PE Sports players.
And I was questioning why Dutz has to turn around for the blue wall. That is the answer. He was just waiting for the rest of the team to really go in for a pinch. LBT and Nero needs to go away, and no cover that they can use that much. That Nero managed to get a vehicle, leaving LBT behind. But still, there is hope. They won't be letting that go that easily unless Nero will be taken down on his approach.
And BRU actually lost 2 of their members around the sub. So Heavy seemingly putting up quite a fight against Buriram United. Instant revive from both Wasana and Get High. BRU will now look to retreat and regroup.
Yeah, they are regrouping, they are rotating, and that's what's happened. I mean, most of the time, Buriram United is just silent. They are quiet, unknown, unseen. But now that they're showing up, they're like a lot of third party might be happening, and thus they're losing a few other players. So they need to reposition. They need to like stack up on resources once again and slow it down. We're still in 10 minutes. The marker that they have, as you talked about, was 15 minutes. So let's see if they can buy 5 minutes more and get back on track.
The circle only occupied by reverse red so far. Heavy holding the sub. And they have been able to ward off BRU, which gives them a lot more control on the southern end of the map. We see that Arbon Dinoculus getting used too. So Toda getting spotted out. BRU decides to poke their heads out a little bit, but finds it a bit difficult. Again, open area, they're gonna take this fight. Toda has no idea who they're about to engage with. So we'll see if they're prepared. In fact, Team Flash almost ruins the party. Jojo now needs time to heal back up. Retire comes through. BRU ready to engage.
Let's see if the engagement will follow soon and give more points for Todak. This time it is Jonah, M590 for a takedown, but no follow-up. He can get away from the window. Jojo with a backup on the other side. Healing, but it doesn't work for him. Jonah has been taken down, and Get High will be stuck in here with 4 players already rushing in, but it will not slow down the team of Boreo United. The Wasana has been knocked down. Get High, P90 in hand, is still putting up the action, but with Moshi going alone in an open area, a takedown is bound to happen, and it is BRU taken out.
Eliminated by the unlikeliest of Team Todak, takes them out in an honest 4v4. Of course, with the blue zone threatening both teams fairly, and that's going to give Todak a big boost of confidence. At least they cleared the path in front of them into the circle. RQ Kazu now also getting shot at. Is PLS1 with the shot onto Abai. This is not an easy fight for them to take. RQ Kazu needs to find cover first, as the Heavy has already got the drop on them.
I mean, with Boreo United out already and RRQ, Kazu still full squad, a lot of elimination, there's a higher chance that they will be grabbing this Booyah. But for Boreo United, I think they're aiming for the top, not only for the overall standings #1 spot, but that comeback for the entire week. And it's only 41 points that they need to get to be able to overtake Evo's Divine for this week. So hopefully it's enough, plus the last map that we have, because we know how it is, Pride, and how angry they will get on the next week's battle that can be deadlier for the rest of the team.
Sometimes BRU, they go through these slip-ups, but then they come back 10 times stronger. Diamond getting an elimination on himself. Don't cry, getting instantly blasted by Potato. So that is going to be 1 Esports members eliminated from the pool, removed, and Falcons with a numbers advantage will look to add on to the assault.
There you have it, Mage being thrown, and Team Falcons displaying them back-to-back M590 in hand. M579 in the hands of Team Falcons. They're still in a row for this carnage. Open up. This is Team Falcons knocking on your door, and there goes the team wipeout.
Perfectly executed by Team Falcons. They've already gotten an advantage just by taking out one of the PE Sports members. And there was really nothing much that PE Sports can do to stop this aggressive maneuver. RQ Kazu, what was that reaction? Hans didn't know what hit him. 18 Deer comes in to provide support. Double Riptide Rhythm just to express PLS1 to Team Flash, who now joins the fight as the third party. Heavy Money went down, but another Vietnamese representative is now in the battlefield. Player number 3 is plugged in, and RRQ Kazu, they're gonna look for a reset.
I love how they just scattered around after that Riptide Rhythm broke their cover and pulled up a lot on their way. But it's still not over. It is RRQ. It's bringing down Team Heavy. But on the other side, Bigatron Esports has been eliminated. And there's no more back away for RRQ. It is Team Falcons who will be pinching them. And I think this is bound time for Team Flash to get away. The blue will be closing in, and Falcons is whooping.
And RQ, unfortunately, they try to back off and run into an even deadlier squad. Heavy also falling victim, but to Team Flash themselves. Falcons now. Next on the list is the Zom with the snipe on the Peter. And Team Flash in prime position to wrestle control of this round. Potato taking so many shots. It is so hard to avoid. Diamond from the back makes it close to impossible for Falcons to get out of this predicament. And even better, Reverse Red doing 2 tasks at a single time. Falcons being taken out of the picture, but Team Flash also suffering damage.
Dude, I mean, Team Flash unlucky because they have 2 teams going against them. Team Flash has thrown a Rebel Rush, or rather, Riptide Rhythm, and then followed by another one coming from Reverse Red. But they've lost Wang in the moment, and Jojo right now is being targeted in the tower. There was a time where in this tower is not very advisable for any players, any team, but I think it's working for Todak right now to survive a little bit longer.
Let's see how long he can stay hidden. Because Reverse Red, they're coming for the hat trick of the day, the 3rd Booyah. Ooh. They've heard our cries of not being inconsistent. They got a Booyah in the previous round, but unlike earlier today, they make sure that they stay in the running and they make sure that they're gonna go for a back-to-back. And Diamond knows where Jojo is. It's either the blue or Reverse Red. So I think for Reverse Red, they're gonna focus a lot more on Team Flash.
Yeah, I mean, Jojo is trying his best to recover, but it is not working. He couldn't even get away from that blue. Now, it is a full squad or 3 players from Reverse Red going for the rush. And Death right now is a target. Go back up onto the other side, and he goes down with the hand of Nameless. As quickly as that, Reverse Red grabs another Booyah.
And that's what I'm talking about. Reverse Red coming online, getting the 3rd Booyah of the day, 2 back-to-back ones. Unfortunately for Team Flash, they were outnumbered. They almost were able to, get something done, right? We saw the long shot attempt onto Sa Ming, but unfortunately, didn't do enough damage to knock him down. So Reverse Red was able to continue in full force, but good attempt from Team Flash nonetheless.
This is what we're talking about. I mean, they were very tactical, yet aggressive. Because from the past, they were just passive, trying to do what Buriram is doing or what Team Falcons is doing. And they've lost touch of their signature, the aggression that they have. But now, they are bringing it from afar, just keeping their distance, but still putting so much pressure. Sa Ming is the one leading that fray. And as you can see on this feed, everyone has a snipes on there, whether it's marksman or a sniper. They are dealing it from a distance, and I'm loving how Reverse Red is doing right now. And Team Flash, though they did quite well, they did quite better this time around, but it's just so tough going against a red team like this.
Yeah, and again, you have to commend Reverse Red for the delegation of tasks, right? When Team Falcons was still in the lobby, Reverse Red, they were engaging with Team Falcons, but at the same time, they were also keeping an eye out for Team Flash, making sure that Team Flash also gets punished if they try to intervene. And this is this two-way attack that gave them the breathing room that they need. So Reverse Red really stepping it up and delivering the results that the fans want to them.
Definitely. I mean, again, tactical. That is what one word that I can say for Reverse Red, especially in that Kalahari. Diamond, early parts, Diamond was just hanging back in there. He can get aggressive and get a few shots against the enemy, but they didn't. Just getting information, and then the moment that elimination is happening from both sides, backs away a little bit and shots down a few of the PE Sports players, but he knows the rest of the team is already backing him up. A lot more highlights coming from Reverse Red, not only for the first spot, but also in that Booyah, and I'm really loving this side of Reverse Red.
Yeah, this is the Reverse Red that, is cool, calm, and collected, and they are showing the size of aggression that some people might have forgotten, right? And again, Diamond and Nameless, we know what they can do. We know that Exposé is a great support in the front line, and then you couple it up with the final piece of Sa Ming. Reverse Red is one of the few unstoppable machines with a unique playstyle that I don't think any team has been able to replicate in its totality. I like what I'm seeing from Reverse Red. This is going to shoot them up the standings for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Reverse Red also had their signature aggression it's slowly coming back, but I couldn't say anything more for Reverse Red. We've hype them up when they're low. Now that they're doing quite well, even better than Evo Zubine because of the transition of the Booyah that they're getting. And if they grab another one on the next map, it would beat everyone in this season. But still, they aren't at that high in terms of the leaderboard. There's still a lot more work to be done, but I think they are on their way to get top 6 and secure themselves to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, and if they have one more round to do so, and if they end up in top 6 after this, I think whatever lows that they went through, it wouldn't matter as much, right? It would set them up for success for next week, which again is the most important week for all of these teams in phase 1, just because it gives you a direct qualification into the stage 2's play day, and that increases your chance of qualifying for the finals directly, and that is a considerable amount of time to take a break and strategize if the team makes it through.
Yeah, and just to go in for a comment section before we go to the interview, Mayak, yes, that is true. But let's head over, listen once again, and look at Lisa as the interview for Thailand.
Welcome back again to the interview session, and right now I'm here with. Okay, first of all, let me ask you, how are you feeling right now after you get 3 booyah? This is the 3rd booyah of the day. Like, whoa, what a performance. How are you feeling?
รู้สึกไงบ้างกับการที่ได้บูย่าที่ 3 แล้วในวันนี้เพอร์ฟอร์มแบบอย่างดี
ก็รู้สึกดีมากครับเพราะว่าโค้ชบอกว่าถ้าได้80จะพาไปเลี้ยงข้าวครับ
He feels so good because if he got 80 scores, his coach will take him to dinner, all the team to dinner. Okay, I hope you'll get 80. For sure, he's gonna get it. So, to the next question. How do you feel about the character Kairos in this game?
รู้สึกไงกับคาแรคเตอร์ไคลอสในเกมนี้บ้าง
ก็อยากให้ GM เนิร์ฟหน่อยครับเพราะว่ามันยิงแรงมากเลยครับ
Please, GM, nerf this character ASAP. It's way too good, too OP. Okay, on to the next one. What did you eat to get the 3rd booyah of today?
แล้วคือกินอะไรมาทำไมถึงแบบโอ้โหคว้าบูย่ากระหน่ำกระจุยกระจายขนาดนี้
กินกะเพราหมูสับไข่ดาวครับ
Okay, guys. Pretty basic menu of Thailand. Stir-fried holy basil with ไข่ดาวนะ and sunny side ups. Guys, better get it. Okay, on to the last question. Is there anything? Oh yeah, we can't forget the Bermuda. What happened on the Bermuda game? Like you lost on 12? Yeah, as I recalled, on 12.
เกิดอะไรขึ้นกับด่านเกาะสวรรค์โอ้โหจบไปแบบแกงที่ 12 เลยอย่างรวดเร็ว
ไม่มีอะไรครับพลาดกันเองครับ
Nothing much, just, we screwed up a little bit. Okay, guys. Anyways, thank you so much for the interview this time. Now let's get back to the shoutcasters. Goodbye!
Thank you, Misa. You know what? Now that they mentioned it, Thailand food, sunny side up, their sunny side up eggs are one of the best I've ever seen. Like visually, it looks great. It tastes great as well. I love Thai food because I love spicy food. So yeah, they bring everything, right? The sweet, the sour, the spice. It's like par puff go in a meal. Which that now that I hear myself, it didn't come out that the way I thought it would. But yes.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, it's true. All this talk about food, especially every time Thailand is getting that booyah, is making me hungry. But I do agree. I spent 3 weeks, I think, when I was working in the ship in Thailand, and I'm loving the food. I'm not that much on too much spice, but I got used to it, and after that, I was just looking forward to more. But looking forward to more of the MVP would be second time around, diamond if not 3rd. It is 6 elimination and 2905 in the damage plus 7 knockdowns. Still wearing the same character class, but this time has used more of that AWM.
And Diamond, we don't get to spotlight him as much, right? We always package Diamond with Nameless as a duo, with that A124 and Cassie. But sometimes you forget that he is the one that puts himself in the line of fire and gets things done, right? He cleans up after Sa Ming. This is one of the few times where, you know, Diamond kind of puts up enough elimination, and instead of taking the aggressive route of running a Tatsuya, he makes sure that he still was able to provide utility that benefits the rest of his team with that A124.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would be expecting an A124 because it hasn't been used that much. He tried to use that against, was it JoJo from Todak earlier? But it's just like working for them. Just like putting that thrill of battle into the fight will really disrupt anyone with the electromagnetic wave that it has to disable any of the activation, and pretty much that's why it has been a meta from the past, because if everyone throws A124, especially if there's no unique skill rule just yet, then you can win a battle without even stepping into the room.
And I think, you know, an ability that can disable other abilities is one of the most powerful mechanics in any game. In this case, reverse red. Again, we mentioned about refinement, right? And that is probably what's going to set them apart from other teams, especially when they are running compositions that are slightly different from the norm. Hall of Fame, aside from Diamond with 7 knockdowns, you also got to give credits to JoJo with 3.9k total damage as a sniper, and Def with 7 eliminations as the bomber.
And looking at the game standings right now, 28 awesome points from this team, 16 elimination plus that placement, but Team Flash once again getting in on the top. Team Falcons, though, they didn't get so far in terms of survivability, taking that 4th spot, but they did get 16 points. The same goes with Todak, that has been doing well. Again, the motivation that Vamos has brought into Malaysia, it's really working. Hopefully this continues because they need a lot more.
I think Malaysian fans have really hoped and prayed hard for a team to raise the bar again. It used to be Expand at the top. You know, we used to use them as a benchmark, but it has been a drought for more than a year, right? Expand also ran into their own struggles. So having Vamos take up the mantle and really show up big time in week number 2, I hope that this is going to, you know, fuel both Expand and Todak for week number 3, because to get a Malaysian team back on the international stage is going to be quite a historical moment for something that has been a norm for us for so long.
Yeah, I mean that's something really that turned things into something better. But if you are playing Free Fire, fans out there, why not grab the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, because you will be playing better because of all the stats right here. We keep saying this, the processor itself, the Vulkan engine, the ray tracing technology, and you did mention that from the past, ray tracing technology is like something that we didn't expect that will be used. From my past, it was non-existent. So yeah, I know the wow factor that this has.
Yeah. Don't worry. We are not that far apart in generations. I also came from the floppy disk era, or the good old days where your monitor has a visor, just like a motorbike helmet. You know, I miss those old days where you just flip phones and you have to actually go out and socialize. I think that is an element that has been missing for quite a long time.
All right, and like now we're going to pick our random map for game number 6. The only question is, are we gearing away from Alpine? Because that has been done thrice already, twice for Bermuda. What would be next? Will this be something that would be beneficial once again to Reverse Red? It is Kalahari. A chance for Reverse Red to get that 4th.
Oh boy, Reverse Red really, gods are smiling on them right now. They must have done something right with those tom yum dishes. We might see the 4th. Eat food, right? They're eating the right stuff. They're getting the right blessings from the RNG. So back on Kalahari, they are opportunities for some teams to right the wrongs, not just reverse red. You know, we know that Team Flash also made it to the final circle. Todak also was a part of that conversation. If there's any teams that want it bad, it's definitely going to be, for example, Team Flash, who lost out by a breath of the hair at the very end. Right now, Kalahari, aside from WAG, we got Reverse Red and RRQ on the board instead of Team Flash and PE.
As quickly as that, I mean, just Reverse Red has overtaken a lot of teams already, and even in the top right here. So right now in this group, they are the best team, the top team in the map. The only question is, will they retain it? Because I think they pulled a lot of tricks already that can be readable by the other team, unless they have a lot more of tricks on their sleeves.
Let's see if there's any more shenanigans, any more rabbit in the hat that we haven't seen from some of these teams. We're gonna strap in and go to Kalahari for the last time this week and see if Reverse Red will give us their 4th Booyah of this evening. Because if they do, Reverse Red will effectively set themselves up for success.
Yeah, let's see if that would be the case. Vic says that Reverse Red might have gotten the Booyah, but PE Sports, this is their playground. Well, they have to show up. They have to show us that they can take that away. As we get back, I don't think the hot drops will be happening unless PE Sports thinks otherwise and they drop in against a Mammoth. But no, they have a different story. They want to go against RRQ.
Well, really switching it up, PE Sports, from starting at Mammoth to now coming to Refinery. They seeking for this round number 2. I'm not really sure if that is the smartest choice. It is RRQ's playground. So if PE Sports drops here, it is going to be incredibly painful for them.
Oh yeah. Definitely, it will be painful, especially as to where they are on the leaderboard. But Nero right now, that 1v1 on that second floor already paid off. And another one being brought down, but the vending machine is just quite near and just will be brought back. But Ma'al might be in trouble, but a 2-shot will make work for him, but not for long, because Don't Cry will bring him that pressure.
Holy cow, Ma'al almost becoming the MVP, but they're not out of the woods just yet. It's now Abai having to deal with Diamond. There's the A124, the grenade launcher almost blew him out. Abai having to back off and heal up 33 HP. The rest of Reverse Red coming through. Abai just cannot survive that. The worst possible start for RRQ Kazu. Dudes now left to pick up the pieces.
AN94 for that takedown, and Dutz, after being revived, will need to slow down a little bit. But it's not over just yet. PE Sports managed to get away from Bisaka Sriwijaya, but I think they are also hunting him because of the gunshots that has been heard. But not only that, we have Onyx Olympus in this mix, so they don't want to be caught off guard. Thus, Bisaka Sriwijaya will be getting away. And Gardu right now, max 7 plus a Wukong, but it will not surprise Diamond at this point, up close and personal on his snipe.
Yeah, just sees right through his trickeries, his bag of tricks. VESJ instantly gets a revive to regroup. AG Global right now next on PE Sports hit list. It seems like PE Sports have a change of plan, now going full aggressive to rack up the points, and they are doing just fine. LBT with Chinoi down, and AG Global cut down to just 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm asking for. PE Sports to show us that this is their playground. And yes, they are just challenging team after team. But unfortunate for Nero, he has been brought down with the rest of the teams of PE Sports are ready to rumble. There goes a Thompson in hands of 2. It's not a sniper. There's no ADS at this point, but he is still hitting it.
Oh no, that's not how he's supposed to win. They got over ambitious. Could have just stacked up 2 versus 2, but one of the PE Sports members decides to be a bit cheeky and take a launch pad for the flank and ended up becoming a victim. Now he's Def and the Som left. Oh no, it's only the Som left. Def has just gotten his head popped. BTR looking to clean up Team Flash, and they will do exactly that. Team Flash down to the last legs, trying to run away to safety. It's Huang M to keep this run intact.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to survive, but proning will not save you. Kyong right now, take a backstab, will help him, but no! There goes the hit from afar. XM8 once again. PE Sports will be eliminated, and that started off, or rather, Team Flash will be reduced, but PE Sports already eliminated from the engagement. Team Falcons right now in a battle against Heavy, where Peter has been brought down.
And with how much damage Team Flash went through, I'm surprised that they're still in the game. Potato will be shot down by Mufasa, and he will be removed temporarily from the lobby. Team Falcons will instantly bring him back. Potato was far away from the squad at the beginning, as they are majority hanging out at Refinement. Plenty of time to stock back up and reset.
Yeah, I mean, I want to point out as well earlier what BTR did to win that fight against Team Flash. Like, Death has been annoying from that rooftop, and that AC-80 really made work. One shot and he's down, and that made them win that gunfight. Now for Todak right now, they are challenging Visaka Sriwijaya, but only one player is in here trying to defend himself against and obey from afar. But it's a good thing that Bidels managed to pull up a glue wall to save him, and they can focus on Gens at this point. Trogon in hand, have health healing himself, and that is just buying him time before the rest of the SJ will be backing away.
Toda getting 2 quick points just off of smart gunplay. The SJ will have to take a chill pill for now. Team Flash getting removed by RRQ Kazu. That's two of the 3 Vietnamese teams today eliminated. Definitely not the development that I expected from the start, but with Team Flash out, I think AG Global will be looking forward to Team Flash drinking soy sauce at the end of this.
Oh, I can only imagine the look in the face for I think was it Death who is unchallenged right here. Oh my goodness! But well, it is what it is right now. AG Global at this point is winning a few of this engagement. Knee thrown onto them, and Heavy will try to fight back. Do right now still Thompson action. Thompson domination, and he is getting 4.
Really putting in the numbers, dude. One of the few uncrowned kings of Thailand came close to a world trophy in Bangkok 2022 with Nigma Galaxy and fell short thanks to Magic Squad and BRU. Coincidentally, there was also the round where BRU dropped a close to 40 bomb to win the entire championship. He also had gone through a bit of a rough patch, you know, like I think after the World Series, you know, it was like a 2-year rebuilding phase for Dew. Never was able to hit the ground running most of the times, and even had times where AG Global don't even qualify for a regional event. You can imagine the disappointment in the fans, but it's good to see them back in action and with Dew at the forefront.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. We keep talking about it, that if Dew will be taken out, that is quite tough for AG Global to fight back. But as we can see, the battle points right now, AG Global already 3 points ahead. Team Flash, and Team Flash cannot do anything about it. So I guess we know the result already, and it is just the challenge to be done and dealt with. But speaking of dealing with, BTR is still in the mix. Cypher right now already in the rush into the flank. Let's see if this will change Battlefield on to BTR, who's being too aggressive at this point in all the engagement.
Yeah, let's see if BTR can stop AG Global, who are on fire, who are on a very strong streak. Baros and Shinoi will be working hand in hand. Also, the members of BTR actually that glue wall just for safety precaution, and Sci-Fi ends up getting picked off. The rotation timing a bit late from the side of AG Global. Now they try to salvage the situation, but Chinoy ends up getting knocked down again. Kyung really putting in the heavy lifting. Barros now challenger number 3, but they're just trickling into BTR. Not really the wisest of choice. Sometimes you just gotta call it quits, and AG Global did it too late. Q is the only one who got away.
Yeah, it's a good thing that Zoo is the only one who got away, because he really is the one carrying the entire team. But it's not yet over for AG Global, and I think I need to stop complimenting a team because the moment I compliment a team, they are being shut down. So I don't know how to do it. Hopefully that is not a caster's curse, but that is what's happening right now. The game number 6 is not working for them despite of the replay of the map.
Yeah, just very unfortunate because we saw the disjointed movements of AG Global. They lost the fight and they kept going. You know, it's like save your buddy syndrome. You know, what it ends up being you join your buddy in the lobby. Reverse Red now having a bit of a handful, but easily dealt with. They deal with Heavy, 2 more points added to the tally, and Heavy still no chance.
Yeah, I mean, it's still no chance. Only 1 remains and just waiting. But in the horizon, we've seen a glimpse of Buriram United. They have heard those gunshots and they have eyes on them. But they need to focus on the blue closing in as well. Because if Reverse Red is taking over, if I'm mistaken, this part that Buriram United wants to go in. And I think Reverse Red is ready for close range engagement. But they need to be cautious as well because other teams have a good sight or a good line of sight on this position in command post.
Sadly, Heavy is sort of stuck out in the open for now. AG Global will not move and they don't have to budge. Cypher even perched up on top of the command post tower with Vonic Olympus nearby. Let's see if they are going to run into BTR. It seems like they're both headed for collision course.
Let's see if they will collide head on and crash and burn. That is something that don't want to happen. But for AG Global, I guess a revival has been done already. I've seen Cypher already on that rooftop of the tower, and BTR as well has split up on a 3-1 split. Not quite sure if this will help them survive a little bit longer because there's a lot of cover in this area. And third phase will be closing into 4th, and not so much of teams is getting close, especially with Visaka Sriwijaya also stuck from the outside. That is receiving damage from the blue as well as AG Global do.
AG Global pretty spread out. So you do have Chinoy acting as the point guard, just making sure that if Visaka Sriwijaya wants to push in, he is going to be that first line of defense, but VESJ takes a detour. Chinoy will need to spend some time cleaning back up, and they also need to start making a rotation themselves. Or Kazu now faces off against Todak.
Yeah, Todak surprisingly holding a good placement on themselves, and they're pushing RRQ away from this blue, and we've seen how damaging it is from the other teams like AG Global earlier, who keeps healing themselves up as they approach, and RRQ there's no different. They will need to find a different way, and they will need a lot of resources. For Abe himself, he already has 6. It's more of the skills as well as what they have to be able to survive and probably beat Todak, and I think they're doing it.
Not going for the wraparound from the low ground. Todak very aware. Good situational awareness, but it's not enough to avoid Heavy though. PLS 1 spoils the fun. And Mahao even gets the shot through the glue wall, the damage, penetration. And now it's a full rush. Noki desperately trying to hang on, and he's the last line of defense. And RQ Kazu slowly pushing forward. Utilities, glue wall melters, ice grenade, everything that they have in their arsenal. All lobbed at Todak. The glue wall finally falls down. Noki will go down with it. Todak forced to retreat.
Oh, this is why RQ is deadly. They know the terrain. They know what rotation can be done if someone will be gatekeeping them. And it's not the end of story just yet. They are feeling the wrath of a few players of Todak. They have the launch pad to deal with. And Jojo once again with tower gameplay. I'm not quite sure, bro. You might be playing tower defense on Battle Royale, but you do you. The rest of the teams right now is just fighting against each other. Buriram United with 2 eliminations and 2 down. I don't think they will survive this much longer.
We've seen miracles, but it has been pretty far and few in between in the past 2 years with how much other teams have started catching up. But nonetheless, we have 2 of the highlight makers, especially Wasana one of the youngest players on the team and also one of the most valuable acquisition in Free Fire transfer history after FFSI instantly got acquired by BRU and went on to get crowned as the best CQC player, the best rusher for a long time. And I still think he is the best rusher. No one can take the title from him just yet.
Yeah, I mean, indeed. Like, if he rush, he will not back away that easily unless he is alone and there's no backup. But speaking of backup, there's no backing up for AG Global anymore because they will be eliminated on 9. Now, we still have 8 teams remaining. And as you can see, we're going in from the 5th to the 6th. In a bit, once that blue closes in, it will start to shift and it will throw off every compound that they have taken at this moment. And it's just bound to happen. They've made it passive already. Some did aggressively, but they fell down a little bit too early in this game.
And you see that hop is BTR straight into the hands of Falcons, and Heavy is also around the corner. Toda on survival mode. You got reverse red in the vicinity. BTR lost Koja right from the get-go as Onyx Olympus make a rotation downhill, but they eventually will have to turn right back up because the blue is coming in from behind, so they decide that might as well take the fight against BTR. They do have the numbers anyways. Everyone from the side of BTR fairly healthy for now. Jinx will get Adam to even out the playing field. Ezreal is in the red but still hanging on. Onyx Olympus not able to capitalize on the numbers advantages. RRQ gets eliminated off screen.
I mean, VDR looks like they are double armored at that point. There's not so much damage has been dealt, but without Heavy, they could have been still a 3-man squad. But this is payback time as Royale getting angry would want to put so much of elimination, but I don't think this is a smart move. Cyro is in there in the back. A possible backstab might happen at this point, but no, it is Azrael who ends him as well as Onyx Olympus in this day. And with only a few seconds remaining as the blue will start to shift, it is not looking good for Heavy right now because they're just knocking at doors. There's no stopping BTR because they have 14 elimination already. I think they beat the target.
And now they have locked themselves in, and in fact 1v1 at the end of the day is Heavy that ends up coming through. You are not trapped in here with me. Wait, no, I'm not trapped in here with you, as they tell BTR. Good move from Heavy, right? He spent so much glue walls. And now here comes Reverse Red, second challenger. This is going to be a tight final circle, and Reverse Red in prime position to get a booyah again.
Yeah, Heavy just says, "Thou shalt not pass." And there goes a finishing hit against Keroro and taking down Team Falcons. In terms of numbers, you are correct. Reverse Red is looking at another booyah. Faiz just waiting in there in the corner, and Heavy right now. I don't think they can pull the same trick all over again. And though they have similar look in terms of elimination for BTR, but Team Heavy, I think they've lost a lot more resources already.
It's trying to break down these glue walls is
an
easy task.
They're trying to barricade them in so they will not move with the blue.
That could be a way too. I mean, Faiz, he's actually sprung into action a little bit. He might have started the harness nest a bit too early. Faiz wanting to play spoilers, and now he's going to get jumped on by the entirety of Reverse Red. Trying to turn around the corner. Faiz once more will buy time, escaping the jaws of death. But Diamond is looking for him and he sees him. Just shoots him in the back of the head. Faiz goes down now. Heavy out into the open. It's 2 vs 3. Time turner gets dropped. 1v1. Mufasa will stand against Nameless. Opportunity is going to be there for Heavy. If they can make this work, it's up to Diamond and Saming to give Reverse Red number 4.
Let's see if they can get the number 4. I mean, Heavy looks like they are really heavily armored at this point. Diamond jumped in, but with a few HP left. Mufasa right now eating the blue as well as the bullets, but this might be it. This might be it. Reverse Red break the record for this season of FFWS Sea. 4 booyahs a day.
So close yet so far for Heavy. Mufasa was about to be the hero, the replacement of the Lion King. He was literally about to bring Heavy across the finishing line with the amount of 1v1s he's been able to manage, but Saming pulls through in the very end. We don't see him in the front lines often, but when push comes to shove, Saming stepped up to the plate and almost dropping a collective 20 eliminations for Reverse Red. I think they ended with 18, so that's 30 points, the highest a team has ever gotten in a single round today.
Yeah, I mean, 30 points for the day, and I know they're aiming to be in a safe spot. I think they've hit that already, coming from a very low placement and overall standing, but there's still a lot of work to do. But Reverse Red, I'm loving this. The aggression, the tactical, the tactics, the strategy overall. Even at that moment, I pointed it out. They were not pushing against Heavy. They are stopping them from escaping that container, and that was a smart move. I didn't realize it until it was halfway through what they're doing.
Yeah, just making sure that Heavy is contained so they can deal with Todak first. And part of me felt like Fires could have waited a bit longer, but still, Heavy almost pulling out a outplay, right? Mufasa deserves a bit of a shout out for that final sequence, but Reverse Red, 4 Booyahs in a single day, 3 back-to-back in the second half. The entire second half belongs to Reverse Red.
I mean, the record has been broken for the number of Booyahs. The record has been broken of consecutive Booyahs that will be done. Now, another challenge that will be put in for Reverse Red is if they can beat the 5 Booyahs that Royale has done in the past. But that was way back in the past. It's not happening anymore for Royale United. Not quite sure if they will still get that, but I still love how they're playing it. By the end of the day, they want to take that #1 spot, and they did. It's not quite far though from Evo's Divine, but I think RRQ also managed to catch up.
Yeah, I think, RRQ, I think this round was probably the more underwhelming one for RRQ. They got knocked out in 8th place. And we also lost both Esports and Team Flash right at the start of the round. The fact that Heavy was able to survive until the very end and even put up such a fight against Reverse Red. We thought that BTR was the end of them, but they held their ground as in a pretty solid manner until Reverse Red became a problem in that late game. So overall, kudos to Heavy. I want to see them step up, and they definitely have.
Yeah, I mean, Heavy has been doing quite well in terms of how strategic they have, survivability overall. Currently, compared to the ones at the bottom of the pack, they have 114 in survival or placement points. But also, they are doing quite well in elimination and getting close to what Vamos has done in the past. But still, Vamos is still above them because they had that lead. So Heavy, a lot of promise that will happen. But let's get back to, once again, Misa and Reverse Red for this interview.
Hello everyone! Now this interview session, we need to congratulate our winner right here for the fourth Booyah of today. Congratulations! How are you feeling right now? รู้สึกไงบ้างบูย่าที่ 4 แล้ววันนี้
อยากกลับไปนอนครับ
He wants to go back to sleep, guys. Let him rest ASAP. Okay, next question. A lot of fans are asking about how to be as good as you at playing sniper. ทำไงถึงจะเล่นสไนเปอร์แบบโปรแบบเรา
ก็เบียวอนิเมะเยอะๆครับแล้วก็ตั้งชื่อซองนำหน้า
You need to really love anime and put song ใช่ไหม
ซองจินหมิง
ชื่อ song. Okay, you need to have your name as song and something. So that's the tip, guys. Please change your name right now. On to the third question. What did you eat today? After your friends told us that he ate กะเพรา How about you? What did you eat to perform so well? กินอะไรมาถึงแบบโอ้โหยิงโหดขนาดนี้
กินน้ำเปล่าครับ
Only water? แค่น้ำเปล่าเลยเหรอ
ครับ
ไม่มีอย่างอื่นแล้ว
อ๋อเลดครับเลดอะไรนะ
Red Bull
เลดบูครับผม
โอ้โห
โอ้โหวันนี้กินไปขวดนึงครับ
โอ้โห
โอ้โห
อร่อยไหมคะ
อร่อยครับอร่อย
โอ้โห เอาละค่ะ On to the last question. How about character Kairos? What do you think about this character? คิดเห็นยังไงกับคาแรคเตอร์ไคลอสคะ
ผมเกลียดไคลอสครับ
He hates Kairos. He hates it. He hates it.
That's all. Okay, thank you so much for the interview. Now let's get back to the shoutcasters, guys. Bye.
Okay, so I already got one out of the two condition that he mentioned. I just need to change my name to something a song. So with songs, I'm watching anime, but that name that is legally difficult. But anyways, reverse red. Whatever they've done right now is also difficult. Whatever they've done right now is not easy, but I love how it's turning out for them. Hopefully it's not just one day. Hopefully we've seen more of reverse red. There's a chance for them to get back, take the spot, get in the grand finals. Not only that, a chance for them to show up similar to when or before when they got that Snapdragon series, the Mobile Masters. This is just them getting back to their usual ways.
Yeah, again, the Snapdragon Mobile Masters was, one of the highlights. I think it's still the career peak for the reverse red players, right? Afterwards, they were the first team ever to earn a direct slot to EWC, and then afterwards they were Twisted Minds for a while. Like I remember getting the jersey in Riyadh. So again, they've hit the peak, and then right now, if there's any moment to do that, it's in the new season where it feels like they've adapted very well to the format. Maybe previously when you can have the same character active abilities in the team, it limited the creativity. Teams are not willing to explore as much, but maybe this format is what's going to really activate the Sleeping Tigers in a lot of these teams who have what it takes, but wasn't pushed to explore.
Yeah, and that's one thing though. Some teams have been like exploring so much, but they've lost what they've been doing from the past. You did mention about exploring and doing something new, but the one thing that reverse red I've noticed is that A124 usage that they have right now. I think that's something that the other teams forgot. The skill is available. That skill is still available, and reverse red is just taking advantage of the knowledge that everyone has moved on. Everyone has moved on, and they're just taking that surprise hit with the skills. Not only that, but also with how they're approaching it. Very tactical. I did mention. I mentioned that Royale is deadly. Now this is another deadly team that we are looking forward to perform. But once again, no one's chasing for the #1 in knockout stage. Probably top 6, and I think. Reverse red already met that already 1 week to go to secure their place in the grand finals before phase 2.
Yeah, reverse red, it was quite a chase to get into the spot that they are in, but they managed to pull it off, and it really just showcases the amount of things, right, the limits that a team can break if they just hit the right conditions, if they have a good day. Like we've seen BRU do that, we've seen Falcons do that, In fact, even domestically, Indonesia and Malaysian team have been able to, show us something amazing, something that people remember for a long time. Today is reverse red. They had, one oopsie, but they recovered right after that, and that's the adaptation I like to see.
Yeah, I'm expecting that it will be happening in the usual manner. They got the booyah, they got no points, and then just roll over. It says no, a big no for Neptune right there from reverse red. That was just one slip up that they want to get away from, and now because they put in so much energy, even from the interview, they feel sleepy. Who wouldn't if you grabbed and ate a lot of booyahs in a day?
Yeah, it's not just, the 6 games that they played, that come early setup, play the scrim matches. The players have a way tiring schedule than a lot of people think they do, right? Like no teams just show up and instantly play the first official game. There's a lot of preparation behind that. So I can understand the fatigue that the players are going, but at the same time, these are champions for a reason, right? They are honed, they are trained, they are forge out of fire, and that's why they can stay sharp even in the most tiring of conditions.
Yeah, I mean, for fans out there, I'm pretty sure you are dying to see what's going to happen in the challenge. We are, well, I am hoping to see that, but I'm very empathetic to the losing team. That the moment it shows up on screen, I would taste the soy sauce in my mouth. So let's see how it's going to end up. For those of you in the chat right now, for those of you who's watching on YouTube, thank you very much for hanging back and just chatting with us. And at some point, like, I love the chat. I love the energy that we have. Hopefully you've given the likes that we're aiming for in the day. Someone had mentioned, I think it was yesterday, we asked for 3K and someone like says that they tried to go 30K on the likes. Let's see if we can beat that. Probably not today, but I'm pretty sure it will happen.
Yeah, hopefully one day when we hit the playoffs or something, right? We are making a lot of progress. We are now being consistent, you know, hitting more than over 1,000 per day, and I think that's a good start. And with the amount of activity that we're seeing, the increasing activity that, you know, that's getting the attention, not just from SCA, but also from other regions like Brazil, it's only gonna get bigger. Well, time for the soy sauce action. Let's show it to the challenge between Flash and AG.
Ta-da, everyone! We're here with the winner of today's challenge. Let me tell you guys first, today's challenge is between All Gamers Global from Thailand and Teams Flash from Vietnam. So, who got better total score is the winner. And here we are with the winner. Is there anything you would like to say to Vietnam team, to Team Splash? มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีมแฟดไหมที่เขาแพ้ไปเนี่ย
อยากโดนแฟดตบจบ 12 อีกครับ ขอ 6 เกม
He wanna get smacked by Team Splash, guys. Okay. What are we having here? ถืออะไรอยู่ในมือ
ถือ Red Bull Soda Summer Berry ครับ
Ooh, how's it taste?
Wait.
รสชาติเป็นไงบ้างอ่ะ อยากรู้
What?
ชิมได้ไหมชิม
Is that 5 different flavors?
เก็บไม้ก่อนเก็บไม้ก่อน
Or is it 4?
I think it's 4.
Okay.
อ่ะเปิด
Yeah. Whoa.
Okay.
Don't mess up your fingers. You'll need that for the game.
I hope he doesn't finish the whole can because it's like
Ah!
almost 11 p.m.
Yeah.
That was a priceless reaction,
Like,
guys.
For the sake of the sponsor,
Okay. Ah,
they end up staying up for the rest of the
Taste
night.
of the victory.
Yeah, I
How
mean,
about other
I'm pretty
people?
sure they
ชิมยัง
will
ของอร่อย
not.
มันเป็นยังไงรสชาติ
I
ความ
mean,
ชนะเป็นไง
they still have that energy.
อืม
They can
แซ่บ
stay up. You know how it is with players. Like,
Yeah.
even if after a long day, yes, they might say that they're sleepy, but they don't sleep. They just play.
Okay, guys. This is our winner of today. Now let's see the loser. How about the loser side? Let's have a look.
Hi everybody, and here we are with Team Flash. We just got lost in our bed, but it's okay. So the deal here is we have to drink soy sauce. I think it's gonna be so hard to drink, but this is our bet and we have to accept it, we have to drink it. Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Yusu và bên cạnh mình đây đó chính là đội tuyển Team Flash. Và tất nhiên là với kèo thua lần này với đội tuyển AG đến từ Thái Lan thì bọn mình sẽ phải nhận lấy hình phạt, đó chính là uống nước tương. Bây giờ thì xin mời Dad sẽ thực hiện thử thách của chúng ta nhé. Có chơi là có chịu nha, chứ tụi tôi không có chơi kiểu khác nha. Trời, nhăn mặt giùm luôn á. Có phước cùng hưởng, có họa cũng cùng hưởng nha mọi người.
At least it's a light soy sauce. You can see the transparency.
You see, we accept our bet, very fair. We played really, really fair.
Again, I can taste it from
Không biết
here.
là Hoàng Mờ bây giờ đang cảm thấy như thế nào vậy ạ? Sau khi chúng ta vừa thua một đối thủ có thể gọi là một đối thủ truyền kiếp của Team Flash ạ?
Thì cái này em thấy cũng bình thường, tại vì trong cái kế hoạch của tụi em là tụi em sẽ chấp 4 game đầu thôi, nhưng mà Thì em thấy bắn với AG dễ quá nên là có chấp thêm một game.
Oh.
Nên là có hơi sơ suất một xíu.
Oh. So, you know, I asked Hoàng Mơ how does he feel after the loss of Team AG. He told me that I feel pretty normal. It's because like in our first game, we decided to, you know, let go 4 games so that AG can feel more easy to like have a victory on us. But at the end, I feel like it's too easy. So we decided to let go one more game. But, you know, we cannot calculate the score, so that's why we're here. Một cái câu trả lời đó rất là tự tin đến từ Hoàng Mờ. Vậy thì sau khi chúng ta đã hoàn thành xong cái thử thách này rồi thì Hoàng Mờ có cái gì muốn gửi lời đến với đội tuyển AG không ạ?
AG hãy đợi đấy, thì có lúc mình sẽ trả lại hết.
Thì lúc trả lại hết.
Vâng.
Rồi còn bạn Đét có muốn nói cái gì không?
Mình con trai của anh.
Cái gì vậy? Sao bao nhiêu lần đẩy tôi vô cái thế khó này vậy? Okay, so for him,
Well, dude is chugging that Red Bull. They are all.
Oh yeah.
ขอโทษนะคะ
I
ทุกคน
told you.
For him,
They
he
really
said
told
that we will try our best to come back stronger and we will defeat you guys later. But for that, I'm really sorry if I want to translate this or not, but literally, that said that you guys are his son.
Whoa.
Cảm ơn tất cả mọi người vì đã theo dõi màn của tụi mình ngày hôm nay và chúng mình sẽ trở lại mạnh mẽ hơn. Thank you so much for watching us and we will go back to our casters.
Best translation I've heard all day.
I have an idea of what that really meant, but it's up to you. It's up to you to figure out. But anyways, I tasted that. I tasted the soy sauce from here. I can smell soy sauce from here. That's tough.
Yeah, wow, I didn't expect that to be such a big cup. Now, I mean, they didn't like finish the whole thing on broadcast, but I do wonder if they will be made to finish the rest of it after the cam goes off. Clearly, AG Global were enjoying that moment. They were savoring the different flavors of Red Bull in their hands too. But yeah, today, AG Global, you know, they've earned that win. I think Team Flash's biggest opponent was their ability to count. At least according to them, they didn't count properly. That's why they lost.
That's the thing. I saw in the comment section they lost to mathematics. so that's one thing. You need to count, not only play, not only point and shoot. You need to count properly to make sure. And I think that is the same story. Remember when Boreo United got that 5 booyahs? They forgot that there's 6 games. So
yes.
Counting is really important, my friends.
We've seen so many examples of trophies being won by a difference of single-digit points, and a lot of times people don't realize how close it gets. So yeah, learn to count. You know, like when Falcons won the World Championship, that was a fraction of points. You know, when Foxo won the World Championship, it was a fraction of points as well. So many factors that goes into it. For now, the flowers and the spotlight only belongs to Reverse Red. I think this preset I hope other teams start looking at this preset and maybe implementing it in for themselves as well, because you can really start to see the applications while still having maintained the aggression as if there's a Tetsuya.
Yeah, I mean, I love how they're putting up the triple fort as well. It really helps them survive a little bit longer. But going in team stats, Saming really made work of this 6 elimination, but Diamond is the one who had that MVP 5 elimination because of the damage that he put in to this fight. 3 elimination coming from Nameless and 4 from Expo Sea. Across the board, I would say it's tremendous effort, tremendous work coming from Reverse Red at this point. And with that, they really top the board in terms of the week. They are the ones who are the best team, not only for the day, but also for this week. But before we head there, Mufasa, as you did call it, did quite well because of the elimination, damage, and the highlight that he brought in the final battle.
Mufasa stepping up when the team needs him the most, he has always been sort of the hidden MVP for the team. You know, a lot of highlight reels, a lot of moments that moments of elimination comes from Mufasa, or at least he's a big part of those engagements, and I'm just glad that he got spotlighted in the very last round of the day. But still, Reverse Red, 30 points, the highest a team has gotten today, with the Booyah and 18 eliminations. Then you have BTR, who also had one of their better rounds, 19, Heavy with 18.
Yeah, it's one thing though, I mean, I love how it's showing up, and it's not just here, just for this day that Reverse Red has progressed tremendously. From day number 1, they ranked 10, and then for the entire day, for day number 2, or 9th rather, and the same goes for day number 2. But from day 4 and they ranked 3rd in the today's standings, and now they are number 1, 114. That is 43% increase from the 80 points that they have from day 1 of this week.
Yeah, BRU started strong and fizzled out, but Reverse Red did the complete opposite. And it goes back to the whole saying of it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Reverse Red finished strong enough to put them in top 6.
Yeah, and Royale United, well, I guess this is the target that they have. They started the day on 4th place, but because Evo Zivine, WAG, as well as Vamos was not playing, they are sure to get all those points. And I think this is just a theory. The moment they hit that, they just didn't want to work for it. They hit the number 1 spot. Okay, that's enough for the day. We're done. Not a lot of teams can take over that spot. So, yeah, I guess they don't want to get that Team of the Day title.
Yeah, that's a team that knows how to math for sure. Well, at least this team is walking away with some extra cash. This, based off of today's performance, Reverse Red Team of the Day. Get yourself a bit of a bonus for all of that hard work. Again, from the position that they were in at the start of the day to top 6, very commendable. But then you look back at the overall standings, BRU not really the most comfortable even in the first spot, because RRQ is very, very close behind.
And one thing now, just a recap of who's gotten the Team of the Day record for the past 6 days. So first one was Royale United with 122 points, RRQ, WAG, and 2 for Evo Zivine back-to-back. But now Reverse Red has taken it, and quite an awesome performance. It's not just from Reverse Red, from a lot of teams as well. But so far, this is the end of the week. One more week for us in phase 1 of the knockout stage, and a lot more would happen. Again, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by my nephew Husky. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.